Hello. Hey Spicy, hey Tanna. Why the late start? I worked overtime by over an hour. When I got home I had to just chill before I start streaming. And I got home around that time when I should have started the stream. But yeah, here I am. It's only 10:30 in America. Yeah, it's early there. Alright, so. Huh, I can't grab my YouTube chat? There we go. $31 Celsius next week for you. You do mean Celsius, by the way, so I know that. Or 91 Fahrenheit. I don't understand Fahrenheit at all, so I had no idea. Okay. How I will do this playthrough? Do I just focus on doing scans and try to learn about the story of the whole world? I guess so. Well, here we go. Time to do Lore Droid playthrough. What is this about is I'll just chill and play Metroid Prime. Trying to learn every little nook and detail about this game's lore. It will be fun. I know it will be fun.
The cosmos. In the vast universe, the history of humanity is but a flash of light from a lone star. The life of a single person should be lost in space and time. But among the stars, there is one light that burns brighter than all others. The light of Samus Aran. Her battles extend beyond her life and etch themselves into history. Here, another chapter of that history will be written.
Oh man. I may speedrun these games, but I can also play them casually to enjoy the games too. No problem with that. Okay. Oh, it's been a while I've played this game. Does it say anything interesting about that ship? Why no stream yesterday? Because Wednesdays I usually don't stream. Literally just, yeah, just tell me that, yeah. Okay. Then I have a schedule posted in my Discord server, as well as in Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube. So, I know there's a couple of scans here that I should check out. Because just need to learn about the lore, hey? I know this game's lore is different compared to the original Metroid Prime. It's a little different.
Recording to logbook.
Larger crooks. Who did kill this? High levels of radiation detected, and it's an unknown. Okay. Does it tell it here? Death caused by acidic burns to body. Chemical type unknown. Will this be face on then? It's here. You watched the Prime Hunters video? Nice. Hope you enjoyed it. 6 hours prior to your arrival. Okay. There was some stuff happening here earlier. Someone is alive. Okay. Do these tell anything? Okay. They were probably doing an experiment here, then it failed. Yeah, all prime prime creams have a tons of lore that can be learned. Yeah. I'll have to figure out how I will learn this lore. I know that there's gonna be something here. I see. Two parasite queen specimens have become volatile on Tech Beta. All security personnel should report to the Biotech research area. Interesting. So they were doing an experiment here, then it failed or something like that. What is the call in Metroid Prime games? Find out what's the cause of face on, what is face on, blah blah blah, things like that. So is this Parasite Queen? Unknown. Face on is mentioned here. Face on compound detected. Both legs of this creature are broken. They literally mutated a parasite here. That's why it's large. Like that. A couple of them got free. Hello Mango, what's up? Base on here, base on here. Okay, this is the one that's something I should read. Sepes has fallen. All crowned personnel are presumed dead. Either killed by the hunter clad in metal or in a subsequent in destruction of the underground facilities. Our research brigade's Orpheon, Syracuse and Vol Parachrome were in orbit at 0 hour and managed to retreat. Brigade Orpheon is now docked at the Vortex Outpost. Orpheon's cargo appears to have a 100% survival rate. Metroids are healthy but on restricted feeding schedules due to uncertain supply status. We are ready to begin research on the Metroids and other promising life forms. Security status remains at code blue. No signs of pursuit from the hunter. Yeah, so they know already about Samus doing some stuff in Sepes by now.
Recording to logbook.
Ah, you can disable that too. Hmm. Yeah, when it's ready, it's important. I know that. Not this seems to be too important to read out. Biohazard waste removal may begin in 3 hours. Let's see. Believe it or not, I do 100% scans every single time I do a playthrough of any Prime game. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Okay, this one is more alive. Maximum firepower recurrent. Yeah, it's the one that's alive. Anything here? No. Sorry about that. Did the audio play, by the way? I hope it did. Oops. You watched the DK Bonanza Direct? No, I didn't watch it. I'm thinking of doing it today. Yeah, just the lore droid. Lore focused playthrough. can't wait for Prime 4. Same. Oh, I should have scanned those. Someone in the chat to say that Lore Troid, and I was like, hey, that makes sense. Lore Troid. So tell me. Parasite Queen. Parasite's female genetically enhanced by unknown means. A weak spot has been detected in this creature's mouth. Use her auto-targeting to acquire this new target. Scans indicate the presence of a potent mutagen. Origin is unknown. Creature exhibits the ability to fire weapon-grade blasts of energy from its mouth, a trait not present in the standard parasite genome. It appears the pirates have begun a bioengineering program with considerable results. This must be because of Faison, if that makes sense. Is there like anything else to scan here? No. Okay. So they made an experiment. They succeeded in that. Yeah, Mango with keys. At least that should have happened by now. Like, give us a fall 2025 at least. Something to be excited about. Okay, now I don't think there's anything to do here. In terms of lore scans. Okay. Will I do 100% scans and items? No, I just wanna do a lore focus playthrough so I know enough about the lore. So I can like start easily talk about this game's lore. So I know like everything, little things, what happened in Talon 4 and so on. I know some things already, but I don't know everything. So will I do every scans? No. Just as much as I can and want to. But enough to understand. Okay. It's a sound effect, Anna. Yes, my last. Yeah, Mango, I saw that as soon as that happened, and I thought that was amazing. You'll have a lot of control when you unmorph. Go spring trap, what's up? The whole unmorph mechanic in Prime 4 is cinema. Please use the cinema picture as well, the emote. Cinema. It is. Why was Ridley there anyway? I don't think it was mentioned there at all. I think they should add NS2 mouse controls to this game for those who have this and NS2. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should try that. Does it work? I don't think it does, but who knows. You also noticed if you shoot a missile and do a forward dash in Prime 4, you're literally faster than your own missile. Seems like they didn't make it as fast as you would like to. Yeah, let's see. It doesn't work, no. Hunter-class gunship registered to Samus Aran. The dash is really good in Prime 4. Extremely aggressive, huh? Massive mount enables it to tunnel through solid rock at high speeds above ground. Beetles can cover a short distance rapidly. They attack anything that moves near their lair. Okay, that's why they attack. Sapsack. An explosion when agitated. Interesting. Zoomer anchors itself to walls and other surfaces. Avoid contact with spikes. A basic nerve center located directly above the zoomer's mandibles detects nutrients. Sharp spines protect it from casual predators. But the lack of a enforced carapace makes the zoomer vulnerable to any indirect attacks. This is how we learn how to fight against some enemies. We just shoot them anyway. I Rick Pat, that one room where you only find it, you cannot find it anywhere else. Yeah, I only have like one chance to get it. Yeah, these are old. Now the one begins.
Recording to logbook.
Towards your recent performance during streaming, you're promoting you from third monitor to second monitor. 360 quality, 25% volume. Is that a joke or what? From third monitor to second monitor. That's good though. The history of the Chozo stretches back into ancient times, so far into the fog of the past that we know not where our ancestors came from. One thing is clear, however. The Chozo who colonized Talon 4 made a conscious choice to eschew a civilization of advanced technology. We Chozo lives who choose to live in harmony with nature, guided by providence. Providence of the universe. We believe we will spend peaceful days here and plan to leave our words from time to time. That's why there's no deck here. Yeah. Yuchu is an odd bird. Now, because we are on a Prime Remastered version, there might be some words here and there changed because yeah. I know Metroid Prime's lore scan is different in American version, maybe PAL version, compared to Prime Remastered. Yeah, Retro managed to do really good with the like they explain the lore in environment that you can explore yourself. You don't have to scan everything. But that's how you learn about the lore of this game. You scan.
Recording to logbook.
Yeah. Alright. That's why they attack.
Recording to logbook.
Immobile organism entirely composed of ocular tissue, capable of launching sustained energy beams when active. The ion is sensitive to light and will close shut if a bright flash ignites nearby. So literally like this. Also, what do you meant by that, Sanelma? I'm still trying to understand.
Recording to logbook.
Many long years have passed since we chose our first took root in this land. The passage of time has always been a source of fascination to us. It is the belief of many Chozo sages that the truths of the universe hide within the tumbling currents of time's flow. even as we search for answers. However, we find illumination in other unexpected places. We know not how the ability has come to us, but recently many Chozo have begun to sense things beyond the realm of ordinary perception. Strange sights and inexplicable sensation flood our minds, filling us with visions. We take this growing ability to be a sign of our burgeoning harmonization with the infinite. Perhaps, finally, the universe's secrets are becoming known to us. How do I understand that then?
Recorded to logbook.
Hello, Vulgarn, what's up? They meditated a lot. Okay. I see. Is there anything else here? Not really.
Recorded to logbook.
I see.
Recorded to logbook.
Hive Mecha security unit programmed to work with the predatory hive dwellers. Design flaw makes the shielding on Hive Mecha weak around their access ports. These units are second generation combat drones able to interface with organic units at a higher level. They train, shelter and work with hive dwelling predators unarmed. They rely on their hive beasts to handle any threats. And these are the hive beasts. Circles its prey and then strikes. The Borvabs are the only species on Dallon 4 to evolve a true hive mind, nesting in damp, dark places. Ram roar rasps. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that all, you know. Okay. So this basically works as their hive. And I just went inside its hive, then the defense mechanism went on. Samuel, would you say gyro aim is the best way to speedrun Metroid Prime Remastered? Honestly, it doesn't matter. Just play whatever you feel comfortable with. I prefer gyro because it just feels natural to me. Time to head back then. I don't think there was anything here. No.
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook.
Okay. My health is not looking good. Maybe I should save. I'm not gonna do 100% playthrough for all items and scans. I'll just do scans enough that I understand the lore and story of this game. You're watching this on 2 devices. Isn't one enough for you? Just a simple light source. First 3 prime times you beat Prime 1, you didn't understand story because you never scanned. Yeah. You wanna learn more about it, you have to scan. I never really scanned like this way that I start reading everything. I know a little bit enough about the lore of this game, but not that much that I know what I'm talking about when someone asks about the lore of this game. Going this way for the E-tank, and there's a lore scan I wanna do. Doesn't appear to be important. Good to know, good to know. Doing lore droid for all 3 games? Yes. Lore in Prime 2 and 3 are something I'm not as familiar as I'm in 3 in this one. So that will be an experience, I would say. You can't wait for a Prime 4's release date? Same. 2025 is not enough. We need the release date when the game is out in a shop for us to play. Alright, here we go. We have 2 lore scans here, I think. Or is it just 1? Might be just 1. Okay. The future is fake. The future is fake thing. Ever chasing and always in doubt. Even if we chose so could gain the ability to foresee the future, it will be a hollow gift. For we could never hope to control what has yet to occur. The fountain is an example of this. The day may come when its water dries up and there is nothing we could do to stop such a tragedy. It literally happened. It's dried up. But we do know this. Unlike the uncertain flow of water, the power of our will is strong and enduring. The will of the Chozo will never run dry. Yeah, so they solved that coming that this planet is gonna become dry. Late 2025 sounds like November to me. If that's the case. Can you believe it though? It's coming out this year. Where is that scan here? That Choso's 4C Samus coming to this planet. I need to find that scan. I know it's here. Actually, don't tell me. I'm just wondering. I know it's here somewhere. Okay, here we go. The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor far exceed our expectation. We Choso have yet to find a way to rid ourselves of the great poison. They talk about Phazon now. All we can do now is seal it away and wait for the day when a power to purify the poison appears. However, it is already impossible to collect all the pieces of the great poison, as it has already spread, seeping into the planet and hardening. Yeah, they literally talk about poison, the Phazon in that scan there. And it came here. They tried to block it, but it couldn't because it spread fast. And a long time ago it came here. Huh. I will say I'm excited for your Prime Trilogy art book to show up next month. Ooh, let's go.
Recording to logbook.
Reaper fine. The book was delayed. literally this next message. Mango, you say, hope it doesn't get delayed. Okay. So its name was actually Sight Reaper Fine or like that too.
Recording to logbook.
This was Shriekbat, yep. But those good. Hold up, let me see something. Ah, nothing. We need to get to Ventrana because there's some scans that should have the one where where they try to mimic Samus's Morph Ball ability. New lore, new lore. Okay. Disaster struck suddenly. We had a vague, dark foreboding, and it became truth. A meteor appeared from nowhere, casting a dark shadow of debris over the land with the violence of its impact. Its destructive force spent the Wallen star burned itself out rapidly, and the incident should have faded into memory. But the meteor brought with it corruption. A great poison burst forth into the land, a strange energy that clawed at natural life with a ferocity. That strange negative power, negative energy emitted from the meteor expanded to encompass downpour in a night, as a spider weaves a web. Oh. Metroid Prime 4 release date confirmed October 28th. You're not trolling now. Now is not a time to troll, man. I'm going to Twitter and try to see it myself. I don't see any messages from them. Oh, you mean the book? Ah, you mean the book. Yeah, that's not Prime 4's release date. You made it sound like, oh, Prime 4 is coming out 4th day, 28th of October. It makes me think that they can't do that. They can't just say like, oh, it's coming out now, this day. They have to have a direct for it. This is such a high anticipated game that they're not gonna fuck it up, okay? It would be such a bad marketing if they just say, oh, no, it's coming this day, get ready. You made me already think that, wait, they just can't do that. But you meant the art book. Feel like it'll at least be before the book thing releases. If that's the case, then it will come out on September. I think at this point they have to give us the release date if they're releasing it on September. I'm still thinking it's November. Art book comes first, I believe. Yeah, exactly, Mango. It deserves that kind of marketing. If they want to have this game succeed, they have to market it, just like they did with Thread. Stone Toad. Sprays a small creature smaller than itself, obviously. It just spits you out. Hopefully they will do enough marketing for the Switch 2 version. Metroid deserves 4K 120 FPS. It does. Alright, defensive throne. How did you end up here? Incinerator throne. Programmed for high temperature waste disposal. Device schematics indicate a high risk of malfunction when internal power core is damaged. Unit has minimal combat programming but can defend itself if necessary. This throne's intense heat blasts compensate for its lack of battle prowess. Alright. Didn't even explain where it came from or what or who made it. It's just here. When it said that it can't regenerate. Okay. Thank you for 4 months, Faison. What's up? You got the stream. Things are finally slowing down post Switch 2 launch. Yeah, they are getting slower. Ready for Donkey Kong? Yeah, I'm really ready for it. I didn't watch the trailer yet, or, well, the Direct. I didn't watch it yet. I'll check it out when time is right today. can imagine it's really good. I'm gonna go get these base jump boots because I'm not gonna backtrack from Ventrana all the way to Talon 4. Hell no, dude. Basically Prime 4 with gorillas, except nothing like Prime 4. What? Okay, it's Prime 4 without gorillas. You have a little hope that now that we will get Prime 2 remastered. This game that came deserves remastered. Yeah, we'll see will that happen. Haven't done this in forever. This will take a while, but it will be worth it, so I don't have to backtrack at all. As soon as I get up there, I should have it then, when I just take it slow and steady. It's so hard to balance on that rock. I got so many comments about not being able to balance on this rock when I made a tutorial. Wish I made that tutorial better. But even then, people will still ask. It's hard as hell. You don't bother with spring pole. I'll do it how I learned it and I remember. So hard to balance on it. Have seen someone do this skip with aim lock boss buffer. I'm not doing that because that's impossible to me. There are things I can't learn. Or don't want to learn. And that's one of them. Come on. Okay, that's how I did that. Bomb jump into double pump. Come on, just get up there once. I'm doing a favor to you by not doing the backtracking later after getting wave beam. Not wave beam, boost ball. That should have been up there, but nope. I slid off. Don't do it too early, this is not Prime 3. I'm thinking of watching my own videos soon to learn how to do this. I don't think I have to learn it, I just need to get up on that spot too. I think it's more to the right. Lore focused playthrough, by the way. Easy. There's a push trigger that prevents us from jumping up there immediately, so we have to jump through it by getting nearby it. Alright, time to head back. Kinda funny how the shift lift mechanisms stay active after space jump until you leave the room. Yeah, it's kinda funny. It makes sense because that room didn't deload. It's still in a background. We just don't, you know, use it. We just don't like reload the room in a way that it is a new room. Did this game get an update on Switch 2? No. Can't use mouse controls. It'll be interesting if this triple jump was useful for something, but it's not. What triple jump? There's no triple jump in this game. So, Vlakra, what's your origin?
Recording to logbook.
Vlakra. This mutant plant is the source of toxic water in the ruins. Vlakra's growth cycle has been radically accelerated. As a result, it requires near constant exposure to solar energy to remain active. This exposure has made Vlakra's outer shell thick and durable. Its lower root system is unprotected and vulnerable, however. Exploit this flaw when possible. Concentrated weapon fire can daze it for short periods. Mirror array used to focus sunlight onto creature. It looks like it can be tilted, possibly to take it offline. One of Lacra's tentacles fills this narrow drainage channel. Analysis indicates that Lacra's central nervous system is located at the base of this structure. Okay, seems like that's that. Still works, by the way. Yeah, I almost forgot. There was like no sound effect when it made that plant over there. Oh, it doesn't show up anymore. This game didn't get any updates. They didn't fix anything. Okay, Lacra defeated. Seems like the Lacra didn't have anything to do with Vason. It just happened to be a big plant that got a lot of sun and exposed itself to toxic somehow. Was it mentioned anywhere of how it got toxic to it? I don't think there was anything that mentioned it. No, I don't think so. Yeah, you can do it, Agent. Just gotta hold forward. It tried to push me off as well. No mouse controls? No. No mouse controls. I tried it too.
Recording to logbook.
Oh yeah, next room. There is a lore scan here. Was there two even? Okay. The cries of this dying land echo in our ears as we Joso watch the great poison seep even further into the living pulse of the planet. The dark energy sinks into the trees and waters, devouring all life. Peaceful beasts die by the thousands. I guess it was the thousands. Some creatures survive, but their worms grow as twisted and evil as the force that fell from the sky. Many of these mutated monstrosities remain small enough to do little harm, but others grow enormous and threaten our very existence. One such beast defiles our sacred fountain, disgorging poison from its foul soul form, replacing pure flowing water with cascades of creeping death. Even in the face of such horror, we chose to not turn in fear. We are all that stands in the way of this great poison, and it is our duty to contain it. So they just talked about Flagra in that, so it got poison in its body then. Did they add 4K quality like they did to SMO? Well, you're the judge. You are the judge. Does it look better? It's definitely 60 FPS like it was for Switch 1. But is it 900p or 1080p? It looks really smooth and it does look better, you know.
Recording to logbook.
You don't have 4K screen. Who does have 4K screen? This looks the same since you have 1080p. 900p is not the same. I heard this game was 900p talked. So I would assume this is 1080p now, but I'm not too sure. Crispy. Yeah, you're just some random enemy. You just don't happen to be in that many places. What about you?
Recording to logbook.
4K TVs are not uncommon now, not gonna lie. True. Hey, Makmur.
To logbook.
Fire-breathing serpent that dwells in lava. Makmurs prefer extreme heat zones and are susceptible. I can't pronounce that word. Something to retreat attack forms. Sightless, they navigate the lava currents using their sonar receptors. Makmurs have a keen sense of smell, enabling them to pinpoint targets with startling accuracy.
Recording to logbook.
Some enemy scans I don't care that much, but some of them I will check out, especially all bosses. Susceptible. 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 Thanks. The sea is silent. Basically, it doesn't even exist. You don't say sea at all. Susceptible. 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 Yeah, it doesn't exist. There's no sea. But thanks. Now I learned to pronounce that word and I'll never have to pronounce anymore, I think. I don't think there's anything to scan, really. you think there was enough proof for that? I see Makmur and my brain cast to... Should I get power bomb? Normal order? Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean normal order? Oh, you mean power bomb expansion? With a glitch? I'm not gonna do that stuff. I don't remember how to do that anymore. Ventrana drifts. Let's go. I think now is the time I'll take a break. I'll eat, then we'll watch DK Bonanza, then we'll continue this. I'll find a video to watch. I wanna watch DK Bonanza without eating. Just focus on watching it.
Recording to logbook.
The direct that happened yesterday. I didn't watch it yesterday. I was thinking I'll do it tomorrow on stream. New personnel must report to South Research Facility. Failure to report will be analyzed by a 30% ration cut and extra duty. Oh no. It's unreliable because you have to clip using a Triclops. Yeah. Okay. Is there Joy-Con drift? Let's see. Okay, is there Joy-Con drift in chat? Carefully watch the middle cursor. There isn't. I don't notice it. My hand is so steady. I'm even holding my left hand to balance it. Yeah, there is literally no Joy-Con drifting chat. I'm gonna hold it still on a yeah, now it's on a table without any force. Let me grab a video to watch. After I've eaten a little bit, we'll watch DK Bonanza. So it will be a little bit longer break. What kind of video you wanna check out? Metroid Prime something. Let's see. Why the Metroid Prime? I've already watched this. Yeah, I've already watched it. We've already seen this. Nintendo 2 leaks appear Metroid Prime at the June Nintendo Direct. I fucking hate these videos that are like huge leak. This game is blah blah blah. Like, You're just forming views. Why Metroid Prime Echoes wasn't a great sequel? Okay, this is something I like these kind of videos that someone is just nah, the sequel was bad. Here's why. Well, watch this. Don't bash on the person. Just watch it without any crutches, okay?
Metroid Prime was an unexpected masterpiece when it dropped in November of 2002. Before its release, most Metroid fans didn't think this game would be very
right
good.
back.
While Nintendo desperately tried to market it as a first-person adventure, it came off as more of a generic shooting game desperately trying to ride on the coattails of that genre's success. It didn't help that it was being developed by an untested subsidiary team based in Austin, Texas, that had no hand in the development of the previous games in the series, and frankly seemed to have no clue what they were doing. But to everyone's surprise, Retro Studios managed to pull off an incredible game that gracefully combined the game design of Super Metroid with the best graphics, gameplay, and soundtrack the GameCube could offer. It was immediately clear that they put a serious amount of muscle into this game, and it paid off. Had Metroid Prime flopped, the series probably would have disappeared for another decade, but now there was no doubt that players would want a sequel. This left Retro Studios with the unenviable task of deciding exactly how to make a sequel to a game like Metroid Prime. The first game had a troubled development to say the least, but at least they went into it with a clear goal: make Super Metroid again, but in 3D. Having achieved this, what direction would they go next? A great sequel needs to maintain all the qualities that made the first game successful while innovating enough to stand apart from it and push the concept further. There are so many ways they can go wrong if not handled carefully, not to mention you have to meet the sky-high expectations of gamers all over the world. Their original plan of attack was to make the new game all take place on a creepy AI-controlled spaceship with a heavy focus on both co-op and competitive multiplayer game modes. But perhaps fearing that this was a step too far that would anger the Metroid fanbase, they scrapped this concept and moved the game to a planet which they called Aether. To make the game distinct from the first, they decided to make this planet split between a light and dark dimension, kind of like a Link to the Past. With that settled, they got to work. When the game finally came out under the title Metroid Prime Echoes, the results were
disappointing.
The game got great reviews, but not as great as the first. It sold pretty well, but not half as much as the first. Also, the hype around its release, despite the fact that Metroid Prime had been a complete knockout punch, was weirdly low. I don't remember people freaking out about the upcoming release of Echoes like they did with, say, Halo 2 or Twilight Princess, but I do remember getting the game, playing it for a while, then putting it away. And I certainly wasn't the only one who treated it that way. The prevailing opinion of both fans and critics at the time was that it was pretty good, but not as good as Metroid Prime. Recently, though, that view seems to be changing. There's been some rumbling on the internet about how Echoes was actually a near-perfect sequel that was misunderstood at its time. I've even seen some pretty reasonable arguments suggesting that it's actually better than the first game. It's great to see people warming up to this game years later, but better than the first game? That seemed like a pretty bold claim to me. I was curious where I would stand on this topic, and there was only one way to find out. So here's what I did. I beat the first game, then Echoes, and just for good measure I mopped up corruption as well. You know, pretty standard, pretty basic stuff, day in the life for a guy like me. With my scientific fieldwork complete, I concluded that while I really enjoyed Echoes more than ever and thought it was a great game, it still has a lot of major shortcomings that hold it back from being a great sequel. It made improvements in some places, but it also made major mistakes in others, and it blatantly failed to fix a few of Prime 1's biggest issues. In this video, I'm going to explain why I believe Echoes is not an ideal sequel and Prime 1 is still the better game. But before getting into that, it's worth exploring a few things the game did do to improve upon its predecessor. First of all, Echoes takes a better approach to difficulty than the first game. What's funny is, many critics at the time complained that this game was too hard, but in hindsight, it's plain to see that the difficulty curve was actually a huge improvement. Metroid Prime was extremely easy almost all the way through. Even the big freaky bosses who took ages to kill were unlikely to actually kill you before you finished them off. In fact, it's quite easy to play through all of Metroid Prime without dying once. That is, until you get to Phazon fucking Mines. Here, they decided to crank up the difficulty with no warning. You can save your progress once at the start, and then you go through this long gauntlet of labs and hallways without a save station in sight, being put up against the first enemies in the game with the firepower to actually kill you. It all ends in this room, where the door to the next save station is locked, and then you're ambushed by this little jackass. When you shoot it, nothing happens, it's unclear how to fight it, and there's no way to scan it to gather information because it's cloaked. Unlike all the bosses you fought so far, which are big and slow, this thing is small and fast. You can get killed by this thing without even having a chance of knowing how to damage it. Hell, I still don't know how to damage this little motherfucker. And in a game where you've never been challenged like this before, the sudden need to think on your feet and improvise catches you entirely off guard. It's easy to die in this room, and assuming you've been scanning all the computers in the mines, death here means you may have to replay a good 40 minutes of the game, not even knowing if this little shitbird will just kill you again at the end of it. Then the Omega Pirate is even harder, but this makes Ridley and the final boss feel way too easy. All in all, the game jumps around way too much with its difficulty. Prime 2 is much more consistent in this regard. Right at the start, the first bosses are pretty tough and you may actually die to them. They're not unfair though, and you'll beat them by persevering. By challenging the player early this time, Retro teaches players to approach combat with caution, so you're never blindsided by a difficulty spike. Because of this, the bosses and Echoes are generally more fun to fight than those in Metroid Prime. Prime 1 also had a pretty severe backtracking issue, where the game will lead you to one place and then force you to go all the way back the way you came. Magmoor Caverns is basically a straight line that you have to run through again and again and again to get from point A to point B, and it definitely gets repetitive fast. And don't even get me started on what happens if you go into the Frigate Orpheon without the gravity suit. Echoes mostly overcomes this whole problem by going with a radial map, where areas are arranged in a circle around a central temple, and are also directly connected to each other at the sides. Rather than running through the same hallways 1,000 times, there's usually a new way to connect to each region as you progress, which is good. I'd also add that the enemy AI is better as well, and combat is generally more intense in Echoes. Echoes also brings back the screw attack, which is awesome. And the pause menu is composed of these nodes connected by some sort of goo, and I think that's pretty cool. Oh, and this section wouldn't be complete without talking about the multiplayer mode, which was actually sick. Like, yeah, it wasn't exactly game-changing and didn't hold a candle to games like Halo, but it was still a cool addition that my friends and I had some good times with. My only complaint about this mode is that if you play it before beating the game, it would spoil the new beam weapons, but as we'll soon see, this doesn't really matter. Anyways, given all the improvements to the game's difficulty and overall design, we need to see how they stack up with common issues players had with Echoes. Only then can we determine if it's actually a good sequel. When I first played the game at launch, I remember having 3 main issues with it, and unlike critics, difficulty was never one of them. Replaying it again now, I realize that till this day I stand by all of these criticisms. They're as annoying today as they were back then, and they stop Echoes from being a great sequel. Metroid games are designed around upgrades. Many of them, such as the grapple hook, morph ball, x-ray visor, etc., are entirely situational. But an upgrade to your beam weapon really kicks things up a notch, because in addition to granting access to new areas, they also make every single shot you take more powerful. This makes them the granddaddy of upgrades, because they both open the way forward and make you stronger, changing the way the game feels to play for the better. They're always incredibly satisfying to get, and they're typically spread evenly throughout the game, so that you get a cool new one right as the honeymoon stage is ending with the one you've been using.
Let me guess. The ammo.
In Super Metroid, the Spazer allows you to have more freedom of aiming.
The ammo is
Ice
the
Beam allows you to
reason
freeze
why
enemies.
beams are the
Wave Beam
problem.
allows you to shoot through walls. Then the Plasma Beam just cranks up your damage to the max. These items are spread evenly throughout the game. Prime 1 followed this tradition of having 3 cool new beams that you unlock evenly throughout the game. And by the time you get the Plasma Beam in this one, you feel like a fucking beast. Echoes takes a totally different approach. It has 3 new beams: the Dark Beam, Light Beam, and Annihilator Beam. Which sucks ass, but we'll get to that shortly. 2 of these, the Dark and Light Beam, both appear at around the 15% mark of the game, and then you don't get the Annihilator Beam until basically the very end of the game. This is a problem because there's a huge gap in the body of the game where you're not getting any new big upgrades to your main attack, and the upgrades that you do get in this section, like the Spider Ball, Boost Ball, Grapple Hook, etc., are all carried over from Prime 1. Aside from the screw attack, there's not much new to see here, and the only upgrades unique to Echoes are bookended both at the start, where they have lots of time to get stale, and at the end, where you don't have much time left to use them. But Retro actually did this for a reason, and it wasn't because they forgot how to design a Metroid game. They were going for an experimental new approach. They needed you to get both the Dark Beam and the Light Beam early, because these 2 weapons working in harmony is a core game mechanic. Once you get both of them, you're shown this message. So that's the premise here. You get both weapons early, and you get ammo for one of them by killing enemies with the other. This concept could have been interesting, but it's poorly implemented for several reasons. First of all, right off the bat, it's blatantly misleading. They forget to mention in this blurb here that in addition to enemies, destroying boxes and crates also gives you your ammo back.
I don't think the game has to tell you everything. You know, you can destroy crates and be like, oh, cool. They could have just gone without saying anything. Just not teach you how to use these.
You might argue that players should figure this out on their own by experimenting.
Exactly.
But that argument falls flat because what you're supposed to do in this case is extremely unintuitive. You have powerful weapons with limited ammo, so the last thing that any rational player would think to do is waste that ammo by shooting a box. Most players would switch to the power beam to destroy boxes. In doing so, they'll never get their ammo back at a steady rate, and will end up getting frustrated and turning the game off. I remember when I first got the game, I always felt like I was low on ammo, and it's probably because I never thought to shoot a box with the light beam. Because why the fuck would I? They really should have pointed out that you can shoot boxes and crates to get your ammo back, but frankly, even if they did, I don't think the system would work. Why? Well, sure, I'm not running out of ammo anymore, but there's a bigger problem here.
Why would you not try to shoot crates at all if you were given a message? Killing enemies with an opposite beam will give you opposite ammo. Why would you not try that?
Here. What's the point of this if it doesn't make the game more enjoyable to play? Nobody ever complained about beams having infinite ammo in the past, so adding this limitation needed to lead to some improvement in the gameplay to be worth it. I can think of a few ways ammo might have been used to improve a game like this. For example, to add suspense built on the fear of running out, increase the challenge in an engaging way, make combat more interesting. But none of these really land. I'm never on the edge of my seat wondering how I'll get out of a tight sitch without running out of ammo, and the only reason I dread running out is because it's annoying as fuck, and the game gets less fun when I can't use my cool weapons. You know, if I run out of ammo, it's just gonna make spongy enemies take longer to kill. That's the only thing I risk here. Even without running out, this system adds nothing to the game. You're never strategically swapping between weapons in the heat of combat in some fun and engaging way to maximize your damage while conserving your resources. In fact, every fight plays out in the same way. Just use the weapon the enemy is weak against every single time. Light beam in the dark world, dark beam in the light world, every time. Oh, ammo's getting a little low? Okay, shoot boxes. That's as far as this thing goes. This missed opportunity to make this system interesting also applies to the bosses as well. Yes, the boss fights in this game are a major improvement over Prime 1, but since the rest of Echoes didn't do anything interesting with this ammo trading concept, this could have been the place to do something with it. For example, take a look at this flying fuck over here. You shoot it with the light beam until you run out of ammo. Now, what would have been interesting is if there were lily pads around the arena or something that you have to shoot with a dark beam to get your light beam ammo back, splitting your attention and forcing you to evaluate when it's safe to shoot the boss and when it's time to switch guns and get some more ammo. But no, here's what happens. When you run out of light beam ammo, you just keep attacking the boss as if nothing happened. Then when it releases its babies, you kill them, which you have to do because they're attacking you, and they drop more light beam ammo. As long as you're fighting the boss, the ammo just sort of replenishes itself. So what's the point? Just give me infinite ammo and let me blow this thing's brains out. There would be no difference in the fight either way. The fundamental issue here is that they threw away the satisfaction of getting new weapons steadily throughout the game in favor of this system that doesn't go anywhere at any point. The whole issue is made worse by the fact that when you finally do get the last weapon, the Annihilator...
Let's just watch this
very
whole
end
thing.
of the
I'm interested.
It's a total fucking piece of shit. Here's the Plasma Beam. Here's the Nova Beam from Prime 3. See that? That's what a final weapon looks like. Here's the Annihilator Beam. So, let's get this straight. After starving you of beam upgrades the entire game, you get this. Aside from looking like a funhouse stapled to Samus's arm, it's also completely useless. First of all, it simply doesn't deal enough damage to be satisfying. I can kill the enemies just as well with the other beams, but more importantly, a shot from this thing uses ammo from both beams. The last weapon in a Metroid game should empower you and break restrictions, not feel restrictive to use. On top of feeling disgusting to shoot as you watch all your ammo get flushed down the drain, the Annihilator Beam also breaks the entire premise of the game. The whole idea is that when you're low on ammo for one weapon, you use ammo for the other to get it back. This means the worst thing that can happen, the number one thing the player wants to avoid, is running out of ammo for both beams, because then there's no reliable way to get any ammo back. But the Annihilator Beam drains both simultaneously, and guess what? Guess what? It's a rapid fire weapon, so it just opens up the tap and drains ammo for both these guns way faster than either of them would ever drain on their own, and it doesn't dish out nearly enough damage to back that shit up. So, there you go. Obviously, I consider this ammo thing an experiment gone wrong, and I think Retro did as well since they scrapped it in Corruption, and it never returned, not even in Samus Returns, and hopefully it never will return. With the benefit of hindsight, here's how I'd fix this situation. First of all, give the beams infinite ammo, okay? I don't think that requires much explanation.
Infinite ammo would mean that you'll never use Power Beam.
Give the player the Dark Beam first. This would make them feel like a badass in the light world, but it would be completely useless in the dark world, which would make the dark world feel more threatening and dangerous, almost like a horror game where you have to sneak past enemies instead of engaging them. Then, give the player the light beam around halfway through the game. Now they can dive deep into the dark world and actually start killing these fucking things, changing a threatening environment to one that can be conquered. And then maybe
Halfway is really late.
just make the Annihilator beam a little less ugly, more damage, infinite ammo, and there you go. Instead, the result of what they pulled off here is an endgame that feels more dissatisfying than any other Metroid game I've played. You really know they messed up a Metroid game when you're fighting the final boss with a shitty weapon from the start of the game. 15 years did not change my opinion one bit. This ammo system still sucks balls.
He really hates.
Another complaint myself and
Hold up. Okay, we got to talk about this. Atmosphere went wrong with Echoes? How? Dude, the atmosphere in that game is fantastic.
many others always held about this game is its gloomy atmosphere. Lots of grays, browns, and blacks. This actually could be used
Okay, in that it's not colorful. Yes, I understand.
argue that Echoes has a better atmosphere because it's more consistent with its theme, while Prime 1 jumps around, well, a lot. But that jumping around between vastly different biomes is actually one of Prime's biggest strengths. Anyone who's played Metroid Prime will tell you that
I wouldn't say that he's clickbaiting with this title, but he just has his own opinion on the game, that he thinks that it's not a great game.
landing on Talon 4 is one of the greatest moments in gaming history. It's one of those moments that resonates in your soul forever after playing it just once. This deep, glorious music swells in as the rain falls gently over the forest and trickles down your visor. You step from your ship, see a myriad of doors and crevices to explore, and you're ready to take on the planet and get lost in the game. Oh my god, get out of here, it's just insane. This is how you kick off a video game. But while the beautiful music and immersive visuals alone would be enough to make this great, what makes it really stand out is the juxtaposition from what came just before. Moments earlier, you had been exploring the eerie frigate Orpheon ship in space. It starts off creepy and weird as you find a slew of dead bodies and disturbing biological experiments. Then the tension snaps in the middle when you fight the Parasite Queen, leading to an intense escape sequence.
Evacuate immediately.
Yeah, corruption atmosphere is not great, because you're not alone in that.
And you're already being forced to move full tilt through this freaky ship in 2 minutes before it explodes. You have a genuine chance of getting slammed with a game over screen if you're too slow, so you feel pressure trying to make it out alive. Therefore, when you do land on the planet, you feel like you've escaped danger and can now take matters into your own hands. It went from tight, narrow hallways to these open green canyons where you can move at your own pace and see what's to discover. Sheer relief enhances the beauty of the moment. Moments later, you'll find the lift up to Chozo Ruins, an abandoned settlement in the mountaintops above. The mystical music of the rainforest below is replaced by more of a creepy, haunting synth that later turns into a steady groove that has an almost detective-like sound. Like you're putting
They
together
give you
the
so
pieces
much
of a
time.
long-dead mystery, reading the clues left behind by the ancient Chozo who lived
You know the person is casual player, they're not a speedrunner, just keep it in mind, Mango as well.
here. In the first hour, Prime hits you with a creepy ship, a lush jungle paradise, and a ruined civilization on the arid cliffs above it. But rather than come off as weird or rushed, this bombardment of things to see and discover keeps the player engaged, and leaves them wondering what they're gonna see next. Vendrana Drifts will take your breath away with its wistful, peaceful music and falling snow.
Hey, that's where we are right now.
The brilliance of this is that you think the area is peaceful, so you're taken off guard when you find the space pirate lab here and are dragged down to this nightmare-fuel pit of despair. This contrast in turn makes the space
Ancient
pirates
Paradox.
more of a threat. Echo starts off in a dark, dusty cave, which opens into a dangerous, unforgiving wasteland. Then you get to Torvis Bog, which sure it's the rainforest area, but it still has that dark, bleak tone. The place that stands out the most is the Sanctuary, mainly because the music that plays here can only be described as a straight banger. But it's also dark. In general, compared to Prime 1, there's an obvious lack of variety here, not to mention light and color. And when combined with the fact that so much of Echoes is spent in the Dark World, which looks almost the exact same no matter which of the 4 biomes you're in, the game feels desolate and somewhat boring compared to the first. Echoes needs that juxtaposition, those major chords, those moments of light that make you feel uplifted before plunging back into the dark and spooky haunts of the game, but they never come. Corruption would later strike back, hitting you with that staggering variety and beauty that was a hallmark of the first game. This leaves Metroid Prime 2 feeling kind of like the emo middle child of the series, and while some may like the consistency of this darkened world, I don't think it's nearly as visually or emotionally compelling as what the other two games in the series pulled off. In Metroid games, exploration is paramount, and variety is used to differentiate areas and keep the player curious. Even Super Metroid, with the relative limitations of the Super Nintendo, was loaded up with it. Here are 4 rooms from across that game. And here are 4 rooms in Metroid Prime. And here are the 4 literal opposite corners of the map in Echoes.
I wouldn't agree more with this. Dark, 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 dark. Snow, forest, well, rainy ruins, Macmoor.
And here are the 4 literal opposite corners of the map.
Echoes have red brainstorm music. That's not gonna. Music is not gonna help with this.
In Echoes. So, if the game is going to rely so much on this dark, bleak theme, then the Dark World Light World concept has to do some heavy lifting to make the game exciting. Sure, it looks samey, but is the Dark World fun to play? It's a tried and true concept seen in games like A Link to the Past, Axiom Verge 2, Guacamelee, and probably about 100 million other titles that are skipping my mind at the moment. So how was it implemented here? Well, the thing I like the most about the Dark World in Echoes is just the narrative concept behind it. The bad guys in this game, known as the Ing, just ravage this planet, forcing the native Luminoth species into hibernation. You can't help but feel bad for these little guys when you see how there's only one left awake, and his entire species is on the brink of extinction. So when you go to the Dark World, you really feel like you're taking the fight back to the Ing, coming in with guns blazing to show those little fuckducks that they can't just take whatever they want without a fight. And I like that. Aside from that, though...
Yeah, the color palettes in Prime 2 are like dark after dark. There's like nothing like... there's not like yellow, orange-ish colors or green, light green colors or so. It's missing that. Echoes is a dark game from Part 2, 1 and 3.
I can't say I'm the biggest fan of the Dark World. There is of course the obvious reason that the Light World is already pretty dark and bland. I'm not saying the Dark World should have had more variety, because the whole point is that it's a soulless and lifeless place, but visually it's just not a welcome sight in an already dimly lit game. Maybe the solution would have been to make the Light World a bit more lush. Another complaint I have about the Dark World is the exact same thing many people don't like about Metroid Prime 1. It's crazy! One of the biggest complaints people have with Prime 1 is this backtracking issue. They point out how the run through Magmoor Caverns is just the same path over and over, and you're not exploring or seeing anything new, you're just mindlessly going through the motions to get it over with as fast as possible. Well hey, that's exactly what you do in the Dark World. Since you take damage everywhere you go, it leads to just shooting bubbles and jogging from one to the next. Most of the time
Dark Echoes is the more accurate name, to be honest.
So the entire Dark World,
yeah.
for me, half the game, basically feels like one big Magmoor Caverns run. It does have a few standout moments and some cool puzzles, and it's totally rad to expand a bubble with the light beam and watch all the Ing that get caught inside get blown to bits. But there are definitely a lot of times where you're just running to the next portal, ignoring all enemies because they take way too long to kill and will only cost resources and time that you'd be better off spending elsewhere. The Dark World areas don't really stand out much from their Light World counterparts, and if anything, they're just slightly annoying to navigate around. There's not really much more I can say here beyond the fact that I simply don't like these areas, and I find them tedious, but I don't think I'm even nearly alone on that hill. Honestly, booting up Prime 3 and seeing Norian just put the biggest smile on my face after 20 hours of this shit.
Yeah, Norian is colorful.
We've seen how the game makes some clear improvements, and we've seen how it has clear drawbacks of its own. This makes it come very much down to opinion when determining if it's better or worse than the first. It's a subjective matter. But if I have to add just one more jab in favor of my argument that Prime 2 was a weak sequel, I have to mention a major issue with the first game that they absolutely needed to fix, totally could have fixed, was well known at the time.
Artifacts.
But for some inexplicable reason, they didn't. Beyond all other issues, one of Metroid Prime's biggest blunders was the way it handled...
Well, here's the thing. Artifacts, they didn't tell you the exact room where they are. But in Prime 2, you get the exact area where they are and the room. When you, especially when you scan that Luminoth that has died, the dark world of that room has the key.
this fetch quest at the end. After clearing the game and getting all the upgrades, players can't proceed to the final boss until they've collected all 12 Chozo artifacts. There are vague clues as to where they are, but it's safe to say they're the most well-hidden collectibles in the game, and the player isn't likely to have stumbled upon.
Invaders have claimed Fentrana as their own. A tower sits atop their fortress. A tower, so it's artifact of something that requires artifact
More
holder.
than maybe 4 or 5 of those puppies during their playthrough. This forces the player to go back
That-
and spend a serious period of time meandering through the entire world collecting these things. This padding BS kills the game's pacing going into the end, and it was widely criticized even when the game was first launched. There was always a clear solution to this. Keep the artifacts in the game, keep them hidden in the exact same spots, keep the clues, but make them optional. Players who like sniffing through the world-solving
Yeah,
riddles and
exactly,
finding the
Mango.
artifacts can
It
do
was
so, while those
fixed.
who don't can go ahead and beat the game as soon as they.
It was fixed, but it wasn't fixed like so you wouldn't have to do so much backtracking. At least the energy shells in Corruption are more forgiving, as long as you don't use them on wrong doors. Yeah, and there's less of them
Get
too.
the Phazon suit from the mines. Not only would this give players a choice, but it would also make finding the artifacts more rewarding for those who choose to do so, because they know that they're taking it upon themselves to seek them out. The reward for finding all of the artifacts should have been to take your power beam and transform it into a big fucking gun.
Yes.
A game that did this perfectly before Echoes came out was Majora's Mask. You can beat the game with only a small fraction of the collectible masks, but players who went out of their way to find every last one of them can trade them all in for the Fierce Deities mask, which turns a challenging final boss fight into a complete joke. This is a cool idea because it rewards diligent players for the time they invested in the game. So, given the fact that this ending was so criticized even back in 2002, and given the fact that Wind Waker was also heavily criticized for doing the exact same shit the following year,
Wind Waker. Wind Waker was released 2002, yeah. They also had the Triforce quest. You know why? Because they ran out of development time. They had to get the game out. There were supposed to be 2 dungeons instead of Triforce quest.
and that clear solutions exist and have been well implemented by Nintendo before, what did Echoes do? Did they avoid doing this again? Did they respond to the feedback? No. They doubled down. Rather than fix this, Prime 2 went the other way and fully committed to another big and mandatory endgame fetch quest. They made it significantly more confusing, tedious, and longer, showing that they blatantly didn't learn the biggest lesson they needed to take away from criticism. Like the artifacts, there are now 8 Dark World keys needed to open a final gate at the end.
9.
But each key can only be found by first finding the dead body of the Luminoth warrior who hid it.
9 keys.
If you're the sort of player who doesn't scan every little thing, then you're punished heavily for it, since not scanning one of these dead bodies means you're going to be missing a vital clue to find the corresponding key. Using the shrine clues to find the bodies, then parsing through your pause menu to use the body clues to find the actual keys is complex. It is kind of cool to see the last words of these Luminoth warriors who died fighting, but aside from that, this is just ridiculous. This can honestly take hours, and it is blatantly, without any room for any argument whatsoever, way worse than the fetch quest in the first game. Kinda weird. Obviously, the question of whether Metroid Prime 2 was better than the first game comes down to preference. Players in particular who are looking for a challenge in tough, engaging boss fights might find more to like here. But for me, it's not even close. Till this day, even coming back years later, I simply have more fun with Prime 1. The world is much more engaging to explore, the upgrades are more exciting to find, and even the lore is more interesting, not to mention the jaw-dropping atmosphere. The sequel simply didn't innovate enough on top of that foundation. It did fix some issues that Metroid Prime had, but it also introduced new problems and failed to address others. For every step Echoes took forward, it took 2 back. Now, let's be clear. All 3 of these games deserve to be framed in the Louvre. There's not a single bad Metroid Prime game, but they shouldn't do it like this. it should be more like this. Yes. Metroid Prime Echoes has always been the underdog, and it's great to see people coming back to this game and appreciating it the way it deserves to be appreciated, and loving it the way any
manga.
Metroid game deserves to be
I
loved.
agree.
But saying that this is better than the first game, or that it's a perfect or ideal sequel, is a stretch. I see it as more of an experimental sequel to a great game that didn't quite stick the landing. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and have a good night. Or day. Oh, and here's to hoping Metroid Prime 4 doesn't bring back this beam ammo crap.
I hope it brings it back so I can watch another video from you. I hope that happens. Okay, let's check out DK Bonanza Direct. It's 17 minutes long or so. Okay. It already has 2.7 million views. We'll watch this video now. Okay, I'll change the title for a little bit. I won't change it on YouTube. I'm lazy. Okay. So this is 70 minutes long. I wanna check this out. How good is this? People say it's gonna be exciting.
When the world felt so cool
No, some
and
singing, huh?
bleak, when the hole looked so dark and
Dude,
deep.
DK looks good.
Crack, cornerstone, I was scared, alone. Then your beat showed the way to
Welcome Punch! What? A human?
Golden Bananas, the discovery of the century, made right here on Ingot Isle. This is
Ingot
excellent
Isle,
news for
huh?
#1 banana fan, Donkey Kong. However, just as
Be
he's about
good.
to enjoy the notable bananas, a sudden tempest sends him deep down underground. As his adventure begins, DK teams up with Odd Rock, but it's no rock at all. It's actually a talented young singer named Pauline.
What? Bowling?
Now,
I was
Donkey
thinking
Kong
it's
is
someone
the best,
else.
and Pauline wants to find a way back home to the surface. It's said that once
I mean, of
wish will be
course, when
granted by
he said
reaching the
singer.
planet core. So the unlikely duo set off on a strange subterranean adventure. The story takes place in the underground world, where the scenery changes the deeper you go. Some
Oh.
layers are so spectacular that it's hard to believe
Wow.
you're underground. DK can run,
Yeah, he can really run.
jump,
Oh.
and climb through each environment.
It doesn't even matter how... He doesn't even have a stamina meter.
Really move in any direction, but that's not all.
Oh, that looks so
Almost
good.
anything in your path, you can smash, crash, and bash.
Dude, this is literally just mash everything you want.
You can even do this to a massive rock formation. You know, if you want. As you barrel through obstacles in your path, you'll also collect golden bananas known as Banandium gems.
Oh, banana.
Those later. Let's take a look at some of the things this Kong can do. Punch.
Donkey Kong Odyssey. Yep.
Smash enemies.
Can you increase a little bit of a volume on YouTube? I can't.
The ground.
I can't do
Most
that
things you can
trip.
get your hands on with incredible
On
force.
YouTube, you mean this?
Destruction can
It's gonna be
lead to
too loud now.
discoveries. So set off a chain reaction and see what happens. Dive punch. Unleash a powerful punch directly downward.
Oh, yeah.
How deep you punch into the ground depends on the strength of the terrain. Roll forward. Roll at high speed and send lighter objects soaring. Combine this with
It's
punches
literally
and jumps
Odyssey.
to really mix things up. Hand slap. Make some noise to collect scattered items. or
Smash the
detect hidden
ground.
objects using sonar.
Oh, that's how you can see
even
some
use your
items.
feet when your hands are occupied.
Oh,
Tear off.
do that ways.
Chunk of terrain and tear it off. Or tear up turnips to find items. And even tear chunks off your foes. Swing. Grab a chunk and swing it to attack. Harder chunks can be used to break stone with ease. Or smash spiky thorns.
Dude, this has so much potential.
Use a chunk to double jump.
Oh,
This will help you
double
reach
jump is
new
like
heights.
that then.
Throw. Throw a chunk. Or aim at a target like this. Throwing a boom rock or gold can
Music
have
is sick.
explosive effects. If you throw chunks made of softer material, you can stick them to a surface
What
and
the-
pile them up.
What?
Turf
That's
serve.
surprising.
This lets you ride on chunks.
Dude, so much speedrun potential with
Speed
that.
up
Oh
and
my god.
smaller enemies to knock them away.
That's amazing.
Make music. The power of Pauline's singing will help show you the way. It can also remove these strange seals that someone left behind. You never know what you'll discover in the underground world. So carve your own path with DK's abilities.
Ice flower effect.
The many layers of the underground world are host to a variety of inhabitants. Some are mysterious and aren't too bothered by DK's destructive tendencies. It looks like Cranky Kong and his companion
Cranky
Randy
Kong.
are also venturing through the layers of the world. Then there are the Giant Elders, who call the underground world home. They're said to possess
Hoo-ha.
ancient bonanza powers. By learning their bonanza powers, Pauline's singing can do something special. She can make Donkey Kong transform.
What? He literally turned into Super Saiyan?
Even hard terrain poses no
What?
plow through the world and smash
That's
as
so
much as possible with the
badass.
powerful Kong Bonanza. Plus, DK can transform
Music is
into
sick.
a zebra. He's as speedy as he
Oh,
is strong. He
speed
can
running.
breeze over water
He literally became a
or
Jesus.
crumbling pathways. That's the swift Zebra Bonanza.
That's so
Yeah,
sick.
He can also turn into an ostrich, a flying ostrich. Spread your wings and soar through the sky.
This is gonna be so good.
You can use updrafts to gain more air. Then drop egg bombs from great heights to send enemies scattering. That's right, it's Ostrich Bonanza! Bonanza transformations don't last forever though. You can transform again by collecting gold to build up your Bonanergy.
This will be game of the year. I'm sorry, my game of the year is still Clay Obscure.
You're not limited to when or where you transform, and you can swap between transformations. So get creative and use them as you adventure to the planet core.
But this has potential.
Standing in our hero's way is the Void Company, the mightiest mining operation both above ground and below.
Fight company, huh?
Grumpy Kong works
Grumpy
to create
Kong.
gigantic corporate soldiers. Poppy Kong is responsible for subterranean info gathering, while Void Kong is in charge of the whole company. This nefarious crew is responsible for the banana-stealing maelstrom on Ingot Isle, and they're heading straight down to the planet core.
The planet core? But no! I'm going with DK, so you just stay away!
Voidco blocked off all the routes to the lower layers, so no one could reach them. DK and his pals will come face to face with the enemies guarding these routes. So use all the power at your disposal to take on a host of powerful foes.
Oh, banana.
By defeating them, giant sinkholes will open, clearing a path to the lower layers of the underground world.
Look at the right side. 200.
Found throughout the underground world are golden bananas called Banandium Gems. They're not always visible though. Sometimes they're buried in the walls, the ground,
This music is
and
so
other
good.
places.
It's a
There
remix
are a
of
whole bunch to find.
Jungle Hijinks, I think.
You can also obtain these gems by completing challenges in the ruins found throughout your adventure.
Let's do this!
Challenges include time-limited battles, courses where you'll need
Challenges are
solutions,
so good. Yes.
side-scrolling stages,
Oh, side scrolling. Yes. This is like DKC all of a sudden.
keep your eyes peeled to find the Banandium Gems. There are plenty of ruins to discover, so give them a try.
That looks amazing.
As you collect Banandium Gems, you'll gain skill points.
Skill
These can
points,
be used to
huh?
increase stats such as your max health or the destructive power of your punches. Power up Donkey Kong to match your play.
This is
style.
CKC6
For example,
now.
If you strengthen
Kind of.
your sonar, you'll be able to detect treasure from further away, which could
Ooh.
lead to new discoveries. Or use skill points to learn new skills. There are all sorts of items to find as you explore. Banandium chips are shaped like slices of banana. And they can be traded for Banandium gems at the chip exchange.
I like that trousers that DK has. It's so good.
You can exchange gold
It's
for
so
useful
fitting for
items
him.
at the stuff shop. There are fossils too.
Good one.
You can trade these
Collectibles,
for different fashions
there's so
at
gonna be so
local
many of them.
style shops. Just open the closet and customize the perfect fits for Donkey Kong and Pauline.
Yeah.
Or even change up your fur color. No look is too much for Donkey Kong or too little. Almost every article of clothing comes with its own benefits, so mix and match your look to suit the situation.
Sick.
If you find a treasure chest buried in the ground, crack it open, and you might receive a treasure map showing the location of Banandium gems or fossils. Their locations will be marked on your map.
That's a
Pretty
good
helpful
map.
for finding collectibles.
Actually, really
You can also see
interactive.
which fossils and Banandium gems you've collected, making it easy to see how close you are to completion. There's plenty more to do in the underground world when not adventuring. Need a rest? Carve out a space and enjoy a getaway where you can recover in bed
Yeah, better than Odyssey's map.
and enjoy listening to tunes with the music player. You might even find new discs when defeating enemies.
Yeah, it's like a prime map.
When it comes to moving between layers, subterranean eels have your back. These
Donkey Kong is
elevators
here.
will help you easily move between layers you visited at any time. And if you get lost, no need to worry. You can always teleport within the layer you're currently exploring.
Teleport there?
Yes.
In photo mode, you can freely change the in-game camera angle and adjust
Oh, the
other settings to
thumbnails
suit
are gonna
it.
be so good with this.
Get a photo like this or that. Unleash your inner shutterbug and create your own captivating scenes.
So many good thumbnails,
By
hey.
sharing a Joy-Con 2 controller or using a second set, you and a pal can control Donkey Kong and Pauline separately to buddy up in local co-op play. As Pauline,
What
you
the-
can unleash vocal blasts using Joy-Con 2 mouse controls.
Oh my
You
god.
can also
It's gonna
copy the
be so
material
hard in
nearby
speedruns.
terrain to give your vocals even more texture.
Unless two-player co-op
By working
speedruns
together,
exist.
even tough enemies don't stand a chance. This game also supports Game Share. Even if only one player has the game, they can quickly share it to another player so they can join on their own system.
Nice.
It can also be shared locally to a Nintendo Switch system. Plus,
Okay, that's the one that someone was saying that it can be shared from Nintendo Switch to Switch 1. Shared.
you can play online between Nintendo Switch 2 systems using Game Share via Game Chat.
That's so good.
If you need a little help with all the platforming action, Assist Mode is the way to play. It guides you in the right direction.
This is called
halves the damage you
that's
receive,
called
and
journalist mode.
Assist Mode supports you in your adventure to be the best Kong you can be. Outside of the main game, there's a mode where you can carve stone using mouse controls called DK Artist.
What is this?
Rotate to paint.
Oh my god. Well, sure.
Carve material.
Really?
Or add some back on. You can even change the lighting and add delectable banana effects.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Give it a try and sculpt to
Mario
your heart's
Bowser.
content. This game also supports amiibo accessories. A new Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo figure is also on the way. Scanning it unlocks Pauline's diva dress.
Of
By
course.
scanning the Donkey Kong series amiibo shown here, gold Kong tiles with explosive power will appear.
That's where Diddy and Dixie were? Hold up.
Power will appear.
Dixie. Diddy and Dixie are in a game.
Explosive power
That's
will
good to know
appear.
at least.
Every other amiibo released up to this point is also compatible. If you scan them, you'll get giant spheres like these.
Ah. A lot of potential with the amiibos.
CK, I love to sing more than anything. I have this dream. Maybe if we get to the surface, you and me, we can make it more than a dream. We're breaking through, now to the core, no stopping us, not any. Get him, DK, inside the door, I found the key,
Join the powerful Donkey Kong and the talented singer Pauline as they set out on an adventure to the fabled planet Core.
my own special power? DK!
Donkey Kong Bonanza. Available July 17th only on Nintendo Switch 2. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop. The Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo will also be available July 17th.
That's a good ass game. What? Oh my god. That's a good ass game. Amazing, dude. Amazing. At this point, you expect the final boss to be an Italian plumber trying to kidnap our Pauline, and our job is to throw barrels to stop him. Now imagine that's actually gonna happen. That would honestly be amazing. That would honestly be really amazing. There were so many surprising things. Like bowling was fun. I didn't expect bowling at all. But Mario being the true vinyl boss, well, that be amazing. Actually, now when you say that, there is most likely gonna be a chance for that. That they add it as like a secret boss or something. Be right back, give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let me... Oh. I'm not gonna beat this today. I still have to do ranking tier list for Metroid games. I think I'll beat at least Tardus. I don't know. If I'm being honest, I don't wanna go for too long anymore. Maybe I'll leave Tardus for next time. I'm kinda in a chill mood now, after that break. We spent watching videos for half an hour. More than that, 40 minutes. Was there a scan here somewhere? Maybe she got... There wasn't a scan here, right? A lore scan. Surprised that there isn't one. Is this rando? Read the title. It's a lore droid right now. For doing a lore focused playthrough. You don't know what that is? I'm doing a playthrough where I focus on lore of the game. I don't know what else to say. That's why I call it Lore Droid, because Metroid Prime Lore focused playthrough. Lore Droid. As the Great Boson reaches even further into the planet, we Chozo begin to feel the gnawings of despair before it is too late. We now make our last stand. We have begun to build a temple to contain this darkness. At its heart, we will place a cipher, a mystical lock powered by 12 artifacts and filled with as much power as we Chozo can harness. We wonder, though, even when we are done, will it be too late? And will the power of the temple and the cipher itself prove strong enough to hold back the poisonous tide that even now swells within the ground, threatening all life? Yeah. It built a temple on top of the Leviathan. Need to find that one where they talk about Samus. That someone is gonna come here. Read. There we go, there's one. So many creatures suffered beneath the plight upon the land, and we Chozo are no exception. But for all of our pain, we can at least believe in the promise of the future. We have come to believe that a time may never come when we can once again open the door and banish the darkness we've contained. Even so, our vigilance will forever remain. We believe that on some far-off day, a savior will come and continue what we have begun. For that savior, we will leave our ancient weapons and armor. The soul who can gather them will be the entrusted one, and the only being who can reverse the evil that grows here. That's where they talk about Samus. Well, not directly about Samus, but someone coming here and do the job for them. Interesting, interesting. That's where it was. I always knew that they talk about someone coming here and saving them, but I wasn't sure did they talk about directly about Samus or just Savior coming there. But now I know. The environment looks so beautiful here in Fentrana. I could have gotten Wave Beam first. Oh well. Here comes Metroid Prime.
Recording to logbook.
Don't forget the missable scan of this place. Already done it. I've already done this playthrough, 100% scan rate and items, but focused on lore, I haven't done that before. She got It's their mother. It looks so sick too. Supreme predator of the Fentrana Drifts. G-Guards are invulnerable to most beam weapons. The crystals on their back absorb energy, which they can fire at prey. G-Guards have poor stamina. They hyperventilate after using their breath attack, making their mouth area vulnerable. The soft underbelly of G-God is susceptible to concussive blasts. In battle, they expel blasts of rigid gas to ensnare their targets. They are also fond of ramming and trampling their helpless prey. Oh my god! Okay, I see. With beam. Would you like me to go through Tardus, all the way to Tardus? I think Tardus will be a good point to stop for today then. I still have to do the tier list, which wouldn't take long technically. There's not a lot of Metroid games to begin with to scan to. Tardus is Smash, DK Smash, DK Smash. Let me hold up. %32 scan percent. Nice. I've done good job, hey. I haven't scanned everything, just mostly a lot of important ones.
Recording to logbook.
Yeah, someone's notices everything while scanning this. Can we just appreciate how beautiful this game is? Look at the environment. Metroid and Metroid Dread are obviously the highest ranked. We'll think about it once we get there, no worries. But I do agree that Metroid Dread is high up there. Is it S rank? We'll talk about it. For that reason, I want all of you to be part of the discussion with me. I, for example, haven't beaten the original Metroid 2. I've played it. Hold up. Okay, be right back. I gotta use the toilet. But maybe first I will save, just in case something bad happens that my Switch dies. But it's Switch 2. Shirt for the baby. Yeah. Alright, be right back. For real. Okay. I'm back. Wait, why did I even put a headphones on? Oops. These headphones I have, I've dropped them by like 10 times by now. They work really well though.
Recorded to logbook.
Shadow Pirate. Select group of space pirates have access to sophisticated cloaking technology. This gear drains high levels of power, however, forcing them to rely solely on melee weapons. Okay, so yeah, they can't shoot.
Defeat enemies to unlock doors.
But they can shoot.
Recorded to logbook.
Space pirate, sentient aggressor species well trained in weapon and melee combat. Space pirates wield the galvanic accelerator cannons and war arm mounted sights in combat. This species seeks to become the dominant force in a galaxy, and their technology may help them realize this goal. Ruthless and amoral, the pirates care little for the cost of their ambition. Only the results matter, and they take these very seriously. Alright.
Doors unlocked.
Alright, we're heading to the lab. A lot of scans incoming. First, let me kill these enemies off the way. You can't even figure out how the morph ball works. True. This must be the place where they try to learn how to use morph ball. Okay. Lore scans time. We have codified the newfound energy source as Phazon, a V-index mutation of which we have very little reliable data. Indications point to a meteor of unknown origin expelling Phazon into the environment. This material appears to possess the power to mutate organic life forms sufficiently to withstand its poison. This mutation appear promising, with abrupt evolutionary leaps appearing in single generation reproduction. Plans to establish a full science team on Talon 4 are being finalized. I'm glad I read that first about Phazon. Okay, let's continue. Mining operations have begun near the crater where Phazon appears to be most concentrated. Daily Phazon yields have increased 44%, and our mining systems becomes more streamlined as personnel and equipped flows increase. Several incidents of Phazon-induced madness have been reported, prompting augmented life support regulations in the deeper chambers. Symptoms include loss of equilibrium, erratic respiration, muscle spasms, and in the most extreme cases, hallucination. A timeline reassessment for the refinery operation is recommended, as the material proves more unstable than initial analysis indicate. Okay. Xenome SA is undergoing relocation to Lab Hydra. These are not like too important, these ones. Most terraforming and retrofitting of security checkpoints on Talon 4 is complete, but we continue to research the alarming epidemic of breaches by local creatures. Door records show no unauthorized entries, so we must presume the creatures are either slipping in undetected during daily personal moves, or else finding their way in through subterranean something tunnels. We have found many small breaches of this latter sort and blocked them wherever we can, but it is unlikely that we will ever achieve full extermination within our current timetable. Subterranean. 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 Genome. Genome.
Recorded to logbook.
Our initial our initial tests exposing Talon Force indigenous parasites to Phazon appear to be successful. Increases in strength, size, and aggressiveness are common in all test subjects, as well as unforeseen evolutions like additional poison sacs within the abdomen and the appearance of a second ring of mandibles in several subjects. These creatures were chosen because of their resilience, and it appears possible that given enough exposure to Phazon, they may one day be able to survive on any planet we transport them to. Our methods will have to be refined. We currently have 100% extinction rate after the 4th infusion period, and most survivors of the 3rd infusion stages are so violent and uncontrollable that they have to be euthanized. Even still, we still remain hopeful that further experimentation will result in success. Yeah, this is where they are testing out abdomen. Yeah. What even is abdomen? Stomach? Interesting.
Recorded to logbook.
Research Outpost Glacier 1 in a Ventrana Drifts region of Talon Force Mountains is operating at 85% capacity. Sub-zero temperatures have made the Metroid sluggish and easy to control, even those well into Phazon infusion cycles. Cold containment stasis tanks are sufficient for the juveniles, but some of the larger Metroids have been moved to quarantined caves for safety purposes. Security doors remain an issue as malfunctions due to ice occur every day. Large predators in the wastes are also a concern, as they continue to kill personnel and breach secure areas. Unfortunately, it has become clear that our containment teams cannot neutralize all of them without a vast increase in munitions and soldiers. Okay then. It's really interesting. Boo.
Recorded to logbook.
Scans of Spiral Sector detected a massive energy spike emanating from a Wanderer class planet identified as Talon 4. Scout reconnaissance something. Why are there so many hard words to pronounce? Scout something was immediately dispatched to the center of the spike, a landmass at heading mark 40.08.02, returning with planetary samples and atmospheric imaging. Analysis shows the energy source to be an unstable radioactive material of enormous potential. We are unable to form an accurate risk assessment at this time, but we are unlikely to find an energy source this powerful again. Analysis will continue, but currently Talon 4 appears to be a viable secondary headquarters. Is this the info that they got before they came here? Phase-on mining is underway. Several garrisons have been established, and terraforming of Chozo ruins is underway. Security systems are operational, and science team continues to make progress in their biotech research. The Ventrana drifts have proven to be an optimal location for research headquarters, and soon it will be joined by a fully operational combat base and starport. If Command's predictions are half true, we shall rise to dominance in this sector within a Deca cycle. Truly, these are glorious times. I see. Reconnaissance. Reconnaissance.
Recorded to logbook.
Reconnaissance. 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 I think I got it. Maybe. I got it. Nice.
Recorded to logbook.
Planet Cepes, mass 4.8 trillion teratons. Profile: planet's crust is primarily orthic ore, making it ideal for subterranean construction. A Class XIX planet, Cepes is inhospitable to most bioforms. The world was still considered unremarkable until it became a base for Space Pirates Force. Planet Twin Tabula. Best known for twin fever, a disease caused by a viral strain native to Twin Tabula in the early stages of disease. It doesn't seem to be important. Which planet is that? Or mine. Wasteland, okay. Sebes was there. Ah, there you go. That's Talon War. To be fair, they even referred to tilting the mirror up as taking it offline, so they really loved their weird wording. Yeah. Talon War, 5.5 trillion teratons. Ecosystem studies indicate that Talon War was a biological paradise prior to the impact of an okay, that's a hard word, holy damn. Extraterrestrial object. What remains of the biosphere is slowly fading towards exposure to phase radiation. At current rate of decay, Talon 4 will be parent class 14 wasteland in approximately 25 years. Okay. Oh, there's nothing in the sun, of course. So is that everything? I think it's everything, yeah. Extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial. Well, I may have to pronounce it again, but who knows. Thanks for all the help. One near the sun. Oops. But it's 13? Oh, I did count those wrong, okay. Oh yeah, 14 is XIV. Might be. I got them all. What's missing? I got it. Oh, that one. Billium. Proval quarantine. Atmosphere is rife with Mitralis, a sentient gaseous global exterminator virus. Okay. So there's a couple planets that just can't be inhabited at all. X is 19. Yeah, makes sense. How do you count 42 in Roman letters? What's 42 in 40 something in Roman letters? It can't be 4x letters, right? XL2? What? Oh, L. See, I only know how to count to 20 in Roman letters. Obviously, but beyond that, I have no clue what is it count, how to count then. Even like 2000 something was also weird. L is to 50. Okay. Gotta learn your Iron Man armors, then you'll know your Roman numerals. Yep. Flying Pirates trained and equipped for airborne assault. Flying pirates are extremely agile in the air, but heat signatures of their jetpacks can be tracked with thermal imaging. While their missiles are extremely potent, their jetpacks can be even more so. If the pack fails, they will make a suicide strike. Nice. We studied Roman numbers in school. We didn't study them, but up to like 20 I learned them. I think we studied, but I was like, yeah, kind of whatever. Oops. Nice. So weird to you that they tried to patch so much in this game but didn't place an invisible wall to make the early artifact here impossible. Well, I mean, they probably didn't want to bother with that. I have no idea. Some things just don't matter much. Okay, I think all the way to Tardos is a good spot to stop for today. We don't wanna leave it on a... don't wanna leave on a cliffhanger, you know. There hasn't been a mention about Tardos at all here in a lab. Not a single mention of it. So quiet.
Recorded to logbook.
Talon Metroid. Energy-based parasitic predator. The effects of Phazon have turned these Metroids, a species of alpha predator native to SR-388, into a unique subspecies found only on Talon 4. A Talon Metroid will latch onto its prey and drain energy growing larger as it does. The only way to shake an attached Talon Metroid is to enter Morph Ball mode and lay a bomb. Like any other game. They gave a warning with that we are here. The reconstruction of Geoform 187, codenamed Ridley, was recently completed. After his defeat on Sebes, Command ordered a number of metagenetic improvements for him. They talk about him, so it's not a mesh, it's not a it, like it has a gender. Though aggressive, we were able to implement these changes in a cycle. The metamorphosis was painful but quite successful in the end. Early tests indicate a drastic increase in strength, mobility, and offensive capability. Cybergenic models and armor plating have been added as well. We believe our creation, now called Meta Ridley, will become the mainstay of our security force, a job he will certainly relish. Yeah, so there you go. That's how Meta Ridley came to be like that. They added some whatever it was called, they added some stuff to it after its defeat in Sebes. I wonder who defeated it. Us, obviously. Samus. Where did it shoot? There you are. No, I didn't meant to take you out. Oops. can scan the big screens up there too. Let's see. Ah, there's something here. All guards must ice containment gear when transporting Metroids. This includes sedicate specimens and those pronounced dead.
Recorded to logbook.
Confidence is high regarding Vason applications. We know enough about Vason now to begin combining it with Space Pirate DNA. The code name for this venture will be Project Helix. Preliminary studies indicate that Vason infusion could produce radical new pirate genomes. Benevolent mutation levels are high in current test subjects. Vason madness is a concern for refinements in infusion process should reduce or neutralize the odds of mental degeneration. Huh. What is this? That's talking about Hunter Metroid. Or what that Metroid is called, that looks like that, yeah. Is that Hunter Metroid? Oh, almost missed this. Initial transfer of Metroids to Talon 4 research facilities has been completed. 3 were terminated in an incident at the landing site, but the others were pacified and transported safely. Initial Vason infusion testing is underway. We are eager to observe the effects of Vason on Metroids, especially their ability to absorb and process the energy given off by Vason sources. Early research suggests a considerable growth in power and size. Whatever the creatures stay stable thereafter remains to be seen. Metroid Dissection continues to provide more questions than answers. Our research team have isolated the energy conduits that run from the invasive twin mandibles to the energy core in a creature's quadripartita invasive quadripartite nucleus, but manner in which a Metroid actually extracts the life force from its prey remains an utter mystery. The victim does not lose blood or any other vital fluids, and yet the Metroid extracts energy. Identifying this energy is our central problem. It takes no physical form, and yet without it, the victim dies. We will continue to research this matter, as the isolation of this life-giving essence will be the key to our ascendance. Okay. Studies of Metroid biology continue, though with limited progress. It seems likely that we will be much more successful using the Metroids for our means rather than trying to reproduce their powers. If if they could be adequately tamed, we would have no need of a proper understanding of their metabolism, metabolism. A small force of discipled, disciplined Metroids could wipe out entire armies, and once we find a way to shield them from cold containment weapons, they will be invincible. Furthermore, if we could then harvest the energy they would consume, we would have a near limitless source of power at our disposal. Disciplined. Thanks, Agent Paradox, for helping out with those pronunciations. Disciplined, yeah. Huh. We took their thermal visor. I killed them all. Yikes, dude. Let me just find a clip for you because what that is. This. That's literally me when I'm using the thermal visor in this game. Yeah, the thermal visor is just trash in this game. It's not great. It's literally 30 FPS right now. Looks just horrendous. But if I want to be able to navigate through this, I have to use the thermal visor. Yeah, less blurry and it will be better.
Recorded to logbook. Recorded to logbook.
Sentry drone, well-armed and armored security mecha. Sentry drones have limited intelligence, but do their assigned tasks well. Being machines, they are susceptible to electrical attacks. When alerted, drones initiate a security lockdowns and then attempt to neutralize the intruder. Their electronic warfare suit can be scrambled. Visor technology as well. Are you doing this because the remastered lore is different than original? I'm doing this because I wanna do trilogy games. And yes, the lore in this game, compared to the original, it is somewhat different. I don't know how different though, and where it's different. But I know Metroid Prime's scan is different. The Metroid Prime, you know. I know it's different. Don't know how different. Don't know what they changed here and there. There must be some changes. X-Ray is creating corruption for Nova Beam one-shots. Yeah, it is. These visors will be useful for anyone named Samus Aran. Yep, she just yoinked their visor ability. Alright, let's beat Tartarus, then we'll be done with the game and we'll switch to ranking Metroid games based on their difficulty. I can't see shit. And I still can't see shit. Don't worry, we won't be not here very long. Are these the ones that disappear? Yeah, these are the ones. Shadow Barret. It didn't have the cloak here for some reason. Empty stasis tank used for biological specimens. Latent radiation readings indicate specimen was highly irradiated. This door has no power. A nearby power conduit must be energized for it to open. This one, as a fun fact, doesn't appear in this game if you don't have the thermal visor. You can't open a door without it, without the thermal visor. So I would have shot that without thermal visor, but you need the item. Probably didn't cloak itself because you didn't have thermal yet. Yeah, definitely. Now it knows I have the thermal visor, and it'll use the cloak. One thing I don't like for trilogy versions on Prime 1 and 2 is there's no charge meter on the UI for seeing if your charge beam is at full charge, full power. I didn't know that. Interesting change. So yeah, no mention of Tardus at all, even though it's an experiment. Maybe it was mentioned that they tried it, then they just left it here. It has phase on energy in it. Tardus, an animated sentient creature of stone charged with Vason radiation. The Vason radiation given off by Tardus negates auto-targeting systems. Preventing lock-on, it may be possible to acquire alternate targets with a different visor. The chaotic nature of Vason irradiation leads to instability in its structural integrity. Tardus can engage targets in ice, and its colossal size and strength make it a more formidable opponent. Okay. So we learned that about... There was no mention of it, like it was an experiment or something. You learn about it later after you have the grapple beam. Nice. I'm on Switch, Lee. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you know what version I'm on. Okay. Interesting how you learn about this one's lore after you have beaten it. If that's the case, actually. Okay, wanna know something about this? This one has a really weird hitbox. Oh, they actually fixed that for this version. I know in the original version you had to hit the lower part of that rock. But in this version it seems that you can hit the whole rock and it's fine. There it goes. It's dead. Dead. I always found that so funny. That TARDIS had its last laugh. Alright, with this we can head back to get the ice beam. You know what's a weird design choice of this? The save station is here. There's a new save station here. Just 3 rooms away, by the way. 1, 2, 4. 4, by the way. 4 rooms. Don't absorb my energy. Okay. This will be the save point we'll end for today. I really can't do this in one sitting. Okay. I think it's time for doing this chat. We'll make a tier list of Metroid games, but in terms of difficulty, let me just set up for it. I'll close the game soon. I'll also put some music on. You can join in and have some fun with this chat. Okay, weird. Looks like I closed the chat by accident. Okay, where is it? All Metroid games tier list. I'm trying to find that list that works for this. Oh my god, I don't remember which one it was. Can I use this one? I mean, this is probably the best one anyway. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a tier list that works the best for this. All of these are just trash, man. I don't want these. Man, I wish I know what I used to make this. I'll add some music in the background, hold up. Well, that's gonna be loud as hell. Okay. Where is it? Hunter, was it Hunter? Harmon of Hunter, there you go. That's some music from these. Okay. I'm trying to find a tier list that works the best for this. All of those games. I don't want another Metroid 2 remake in this one. Metroid games. Are there 30 Metroid games? Official ones and not counting remastered? I think this is a good one. Okay, so there's these are not even in order. Hold up, let me put this in order. So I want this. This is probably the best one I can make out of this. I'll make fusion before that. That hunters. When was? Oh, pinball is not here. It doesn't matter. Pinball doesn't exist. Well, same with this, but still. Release order. This was. I need a release order for this. I don't remember this. I actually know how to get this release order. Hold up. I'll put them in order. Let me just do this then. Come on, load my sheets. Other M slaps. I don't know. I don't wanna touch that game at all. Okay, fusion, Zero mission is after Echo, before Echoes, Pinball, yeah, it doesn't exist. Other M after that, yeah. Federation Wars, Samus Returns. Yeah, okay. So we have this list here, and this seems to be accurate. So, let me just save this for later. Oh, I didn't change the game. Yeah, funny. All right. Titles are changed. It's time to start ranking up this bad boy. Alright, so today I am going to rank Metroid games once again. Last time when I did this, I ranked them based on my how good they are, and some personal favor included, but this time I'm going to rank them based on how difficult they are. By difficulty, I want to focus on... in terms of difficulty, I want to focus on how hard some sections, bosses, enemies are from start to finish. How hard some bosses might be. Are the... I guess the gameplay could be one. But more importantly, is the game like fair in difficulty from start to finish? Because some games enemies hit hard, but you don't get any health refill back. You get a little bit, but not enough. And the environment, for example, Metroid 1 doesn't have a map at all until Zero Mission. Metroid 1 is just not a one game difficulty-wise. So yeah, we'll rank these based on how difficult they are, and S rank being the highest, D rank being the lowest. S rank is a hard game, D rank it's an easy game. We'll start with Metroid 1. I never beat Metroid 1. It's not because I just haven't wanted to play it. It's not a game that I wanna actually play because it's really outdated. Not fun to look at, not fun to play either. There's no map, just so you know. And it is quite difficult. RS are just not... like, there's so many secret paths that you just have zero clue how to access them because the game doesn't even tell you them. Honestly, it is a hard game. I would put it in a S rank if you don't have any other objections to put. Even then, it might go down to A later, but we'll start with an S rank, being Metroid. Metroid 2... I've played this game, but I've never played it more than just like an hour, so I got zero clue about this one. Samus Returns, I know that game. You basically 100% completed Metroid NES, it wasn't worth it, I can imagine. So I need some help with the Metroid 2 Return of Samus. Is this difficult game compared to Metroid? What do you think? Is it up there or is it like in the middle? When I was playing it, it felt, well, outdated as shit, obviously. Black and white Game Boy colors are not like... it's not fun to look at all the time, but hey, it seems... might be a good game. I don't know, but is it difficult? Don't know. I don't know, honestly. Completed Metroid 2. It's mostly easier, but Queen Metroid is a difficult spike. Oh yes, difficult spikes are also a thing in these games that I think those should be counted for. You have a hard navigating in Metroid 2 because of how zoomed in it is. Yeah, there's quite a lot of the secret passages as well, I think. It's up there, I think, then. Easy to get lost. Yeah, that easy to get lost, it makes the game also hard when so many areas are like so similar to each other. And with that color palette being black and white, you might have like a zero idea where to go. I don't say it's an S rank, but it is up there. It's an A rank game. Next up is Super Metroid. Ooh. I think that's a pretty hard game for its time. You have 4 base buttons. One is jump, one is a missile, one is item select, and one is a run button. So many button combinations for just doing quite a lot of things. You would have think that the running just happens when you keep running, but you have to hold a button for it. Or keep holding the directional button, but you have to hold a run button because you have speed booster. The game is very technical in speedrunning perspective too, but I'm not looking at the speedrunning's tricks and such at all. I'm only talking about the game itself in casual perspective. Super Metroid is a hard game. I don't think it's an easy game to get lost in. You have the map at least, which helps a ton. There are secret passages, but it's nothing like you would get lost forever, unlike in Metroid 1 and Metroid 2. But it's a hard game in gameplay. Fantoon might be a difficult boss fight. Super is still easier than 2. I wouldn't say it's easier than 2. I'm starting to think about the difficulty in a gameplay. But having the map is also a balance, which makes it easier to navigate. And it's a Metroidvania game. You know, it's you just go anywhere you want once you get more upgrades. I can see Super Metroid being easier than... Now when you say that, that's a good point, though. Having a map helps a lot. Game is hard for gameplay-wise. Enemies do hit like a truck once in a while. The final boss fight, Mother Brain, requires you to have at least 3 energy tanks, so you can survive its attack. If you don't have 3 energy tanks, you'll just instantly die. Don't know, is that like an oversight from developers to add that, because you got to go into the fight with 2 tanks, and then you have no idea why you can't beat it, because you keep dying to Hyper Beam. Gameplay is hard. Easier to navigate at least. Yeah, I'm starting to think it's A rank then. Yeah. Difficulty spike happens when you get to lower Norfair. But by that moment, you're already getting really strong because you get screw attack there. Okay, next up, Metroid Fusion. This game is literally so linear. This game is a very linear Metroid game that I've ever played. It literally handholds you. Though, in some sections, when you have to actually like start exploring areas and find some shortcuts here and there, then it doesn't handhold you. Game itself, I can say it's hard to control Samus, and gameplay is also here and there difficult. Bosses can be rough because some of them do hit like a truck, and some enemies do also hit like a truck. Then if you refill with like almost no health refills, you get like so little back from X-Parasites. Assuming you play on normal mode. I'm thinking of normal mode. If there's that setting you can turn on. I think the Japanese version didn't have the setting for it. It has a difficult spike towards the end too. I don't feel like it's an S-rank Metroid. I don't think it's an S-rank next to Metroid 1. But I would say it's above Super Metroid. Yeah, I think I would rank it like that. Okay, let's move on. Metroid Prime. Oh, I love this game. Metroid Prime is a fantastic game, but it is not a difficult game. Let's be real. Some sections are hard, of course. The navigating the game, there's a lot of backtracking. Backtracking doesn't make the game hard necessarily, but the combat is quite easy. And if you get a lot of missiles, you can rapid fire missile any enemy you want. Plasma Beam one-shots weaker enemies fully charged. Ice Beam just works wonder obviously against any enemies that freezes. The difficult spike happens in Phase on Mines. We know that. The gameplay all the way from start to Phase on Mines is simple and easy, but as soon as you get to Phase on Mines, the difficulty spike happens to go 90 degrees up. For a while though. Thanks to beam troopers and a lot of enemies just hitting like a truck. You don't have a save point until you get power bombs. Yeah, it's not a fun place to be in. It's like even my least favorite RS in a game. Prime is fairly easy without self-imposed challenges like no E-tanks on hard mode. Yeah, even with Phase on Mines being the difficulty spike, it is still easier than any of these. I wouldn't say it's a C rank though. There are other games that will be in a C rank, but that's where I would put Metroid Prime. Zero Mission is an interesting one. I've never beaten it 100%. It's a much better version of the first Metroid game. I enjoy Zero Mission when I play it. From start to finish, the game's difficulty... Well, that difficulty spike I think happens once you get to Torian, I would say. Because Kraid, Ridley, Norther, all those areas don't have like that kind of a difficulty spike anywhere. You get some of the upgrades later when you get the true power, the true suit, or whatever it was called. And once you lose the suit and you're in that Zero Samus section and you have to get your suit back, that is where I think the difficulty spike happens. That's where I think the game gets really hard. But once you get your suit back, you're like powerful soldier that's just killing everything in a way you want to. I don't think it's a difficult game per se. The combat feels yeah, like no enemies hit like a truck. Enemy bosses are not like highly difficult either. I will put it next to Metroid Prime, maybe below Metroid Prime even. Next up is Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Okay, more bosses, less areas to explore. Dark Ether can be scary, but also deadly if you don't have enough ammo for Light and Dark Beam, especially Light Beam because you're in Dark Ether. Bosses are difficult. Bosses are harder, namely like Spider Guardian, Boost Guardian, you know. That does rank up it above Metroid Fusion, I would say. I don't think it's above Return of Samus though. Return of Samus and Metroid's case where there's no map. So easy to get lost. So many secret passages, you have no idea how to find them. I would say Echoes is up there next to Metroid Fusion. Okay, I need some help with Hunters. I've only played through the game once. I don't know how to like rank this one. Is it easy? Not really. Is it hard? Not really either. Well, the final boss felt hard. I do say that. I wanna say that. Based on my first playthrough and my only playthrough I've done, I think Hunters is from a harder side of the game. Probably because of controls. For a DS game, it can be really hard to control Samus in that and also shoot. It's... well, there's a map. You won't get lost. You'll easily find yourself back to the ship if you need. I don't think it's... I don't think Hunters is a hard game at all. I do think it's from an easier side. Hard. I don't know. This is a hard one, honestly. Well, just based on my first playthrough again, I do think it's from a harder side just for that much. No. Something like that, I would say. Okay, moving on. Pinball doesn't exist. Okay, moving on. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. This one is quite special. because you are given a mechanic of the game called hyper mode, and it's just you're invincible during that moment the whole time for 25 seconds. If you lose all of your ammo, you'll lose all of your E-tank. You can cancel it anytime you want, except that moment when you are forced to use the... Except that moment when you get to corruption mode. Except that moment when you get corrupted during the game's start. And with that, you can just abuse that hyper mode a lot. If you know how to use that, you'll make the game really easy for you. It's scary though, because it punishes you from staying in that for too long, because you'll just get corrupted and Phazon takes over you. The game, I don't think is hard at all. There are some hard spikes, like Pirate Homeworld. The final boss, just a push over, I would say. Some bosses were tough. What was that first boss called in Pirate Leviathan? Oh my god, I forgot its name. Anyway. I think this game is from an easier side of difficultiness. A lot of these games is hand-holding from start to finish. You won't get lost. I must say I don't know what to do with Metroid Other M, because what makes this game hard is to play it. It's so hard to start playing it. I don't want to touch this piece of shit ever again after I had to do that softlock %. And it was a waste of time because it didn't even work what I was going for. This game is hard to play because of its narrative. It's so bad. The game itself, it's from up there. Yeah, it's from up there. The difficulty is based on feelings. Yeah. The game itself, it actually is difficult when we think about the gameplay now for a moment. Yeah, let's put it here. We'll start moving these down a little bit. Yeah. Is anything gonna be in a D tier? I guess you can be in a D tier. You're kinda easy game. Okay, moving on. Metroid Prime Federation Force. Mission-based Metroid game. Well, you can make it really easy for you, or you can make it really hard for you. Especially if you play alone, or if you play with friends. Because you can do those missions alone, with friends or so. The game itself doesn't really feel difficult, honestly. It might be. Is it easy to play or hard to play? It's like Other M. It's hard to play too. For that reason, it will be up here. But for the game itself, I think it's from the easier side. It's a little hard to play though compared to Corruption. Corruption is something you can easily start playing. And I mean, you would rather play Corruption than Federation Force, right? Okay, interesting one is Samus Returns, the remake version of Return of Samus. I think the expanded map makes it hard to navigate, but you have the map, which helps a lot. There's still obviously some secret passages here and there. And yeah, expanded game, new bosses, new enemies. It's not an easy game either. And Mercury's team, when they made this game, they were like experimenting with the parry mechanic, which was upgraded so much for Dread. It's better in Dread, by the way. Samus Returns. You are somewhere up here in the A rank. I guess there. Let's lower these a little bit. No, actually, let's not lower those. Alright, last one. Metroid Thread. This one is like, it feels like a fusion, Metroid fusion. That it is difficult in some spots, then it's not difficult in some spots. But from start to finish, it feels like a up and down, like a roller coaster of difficulty spikes here and there. But it stays, the final boss is a hard one. It's if you played all the other bosses really well in this game, but as soon as you get to Raven Pig fight, oh man, 3 phases boss fight, that's not easy at all. That will be the only reason I will put it in a S rank. But is it? Honestly, we need some spicy up here. We'll also call these ranks, by the way. Very hard. Hard. Medium hard, I guess. Easy. Yeah, very easy, I guess. No, Prime 2 is harder than Dread? No. Well, how does Prime 2 make it? How is Prime 2 harder than Dread? Raven Pig was hell on Dread mode. I'm not thinking about Dread mode though, but yeah. Surprised you didn't put Prime 2 on S rank. Why would I put Prime 2 on S rank? Give me a reason. What makes Metroid 2 harder than Prime 2 is the navigation already. Whatever it's... the combat sure is harder than any of these. Because light beam ammo, dark beam ammo, those exists. But hey, it's still a hard game. It's on a hard tier. I'm ready to hear reasonings to change some of these. I want to like see if I can change any of these still. Yeah, I don't know. Well, not only are many of Prime 2's bosses very difficult, but willing to take him down will set you back pretty far, and there are no checkpoints like in Dread. Well, true point that there's checkpoints in Dread, but not in Prime 2. Well, I don't think any of those setbacks are too far when you have save points like a room or 2 away, oftentimes. I don't think that makes it difficult. The fights itself should be like, yeah, they're difficult. Well, now when you say some of the fights are harder, we can rank it up like that. I can make that exception, but I still don't wanna believe it will be harder than Return of Samus. Navigation is a problem in this, same as here, but this one has Raven Pig, which makes it a ridiculous fight. My first playthrough, I died multiple times in it before I figured it out properly. Maybe Prime 1 can be up here. I don't know. You could think every Metroid game is hard when you look at them in a different perspective. But you need to see the whole image when you try to rank these. And I genuinely don't know how some of these games can be harder than the others. Well, maybe Fusion is higher up now when I think of it. Yeah. Something like that. Honestly, feels fairly accurate, though I haven't played other Federation Wars, Hunters, or Samus Returns. I guess this is good enough, honestly. It feels solid. Unless there's any chances whatsoever to do anymore. Interesting, it's a good rank list, but man, did I struggle with Prime 2 your first playthrough? I've only found NES Metroid to be harder. Well, NES Metroid, I think everyone agrees it's harder than any of these games. I still try to think if threat can be lower than 2. I don't wanna think it's in a very hard rank though. S rank. I can't see it there. I just can't, man. If there's no other chances you will do, I'm locking this in. You tried to complete NES Metroid without save states. I gave up on Metroid Prime. Okay, yeah. At least you can respawn in that fight, and you have the save system with those numbers, letters, or whatever. The password. You have that at least. But man, revealing everything from 30 HP, not fun. Yeah, with only 30 energy, that's not fun. No way to refill your health easily either. You couldn't beat corruption, but threat was easy. What the fuck? Okay. I guess I'm looking at this in a different perspective when I know how the mechanic works in this game with the hyper mode. But this one, it's hard as hell, man. I think it's hard. Don't know what you were doing while playing threat or corruption. You could find the energy canisters or whatever. Ah, you didn't find the energy cells. Now, Prime 3 is easy once you get used to motion controls. Well, speaking of, motion controls could make it higher, but we need something in a very easy, and I think corruption is a good one. My favorite thing about NES Metroid is me messing around with the password generator and seeing what crash-causing passwords I can create. Yeah. Yes, Prime 2 was difficult for you when you first played it. Yeah, a lot of you are saying Prime 2 is hard. We'll rank it up. But I don't think I wanna rank it up to very hard either. Honestly speaking, Metroid... Okay. Let's make a compromise. Okay. How does this sound? How does this feel like? How does this feel like? I'm starting to like this one. This seems solid. No. Maybe this is better. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there, hey? Prime 2 Boost Guardian? Yeah, of course. Boost Guardian, everyone's favorite boss. Also Spider Guardian. I think the main thing is the lack of checkpoints in Prime 2. It really makes a difference. Yeah, and thinking of Prime 3, it has checkpoints. I think this is better, but ultimately it's up to you. I mean, it is something I wanna change. I wanna change this as much as I can with your opinions too, because my playthrough were different than yours. Boost Guardian really sticks out to you. Damn, that boss wrecked you bad in your first playthrough. Yeah, I'm starting to like this one. This seems solid. It is... yeah. Do we lock it in? I think we lock this in. Let's see how many people are gonna be mad at my own opinion on Twitter and Blue Sky. Dread was harder than Atheram for you. In both your Prime 2 playthroughs, you had to reload because you forgot to scan both Spider Guardian and the Caretaker Throne. Well, that doesn't make the game hard, but okay. I think we'll lock this in. Let's see how many people are gonna get mad at my tweet. How does this sound? How does this sound as a tweet, everyone? Ranked Metroid games based on difficulty. Thoughts? It's literally the same list, by the way. I didn't change anything. Spider Guardian is relatively easy in a Wii version due to the ability to hop with the morph ball anytime. In a GameCube version with just bombs, it can be so frustrating. Yeah, it is. Do you think adding these thoughts at the end of this tweet will add some fuel to the fire for people? Nah, fuck you, man. This game is harder than the other. I love making people mad these days. 'Cause it's just fun to see how much energy they just wanna spend on arguing about random bullshit that doesn't matter to me. This is just my opinion with you, chat, and no one can change our minds. So I can agree on some things, but it doesn't make the game harder for me, per se. So yeah. I completely disagree with your awful list. I agree. You should troll and make Prime 3 very hard. Nah. Not anymore. I'm not making it harder. Posted. Here we go. Alright everyone, I think I'll be done for today. I do not know will I make this a tier list video, but at least I have content. That's what matters to me. If I'm being honest, chat, with YouTube right now, I don't want to stop yet. I want to talk about some things, chat. Where's my music? Okay. I want to talk about this YouTube side right now. So I have 3 videos under work right now. 2 waiting to be started, and 1 is missing footage, so then it can get started. Well, 2 are missing footage, but still. I haven't felt like editing lately. I just don't know. I can't get myself to edit anything. I'm just struggling to continue doing any of these. I don't know what to do with it. There's this one video I want to get done, so I have it out of the way. The other one needs some scripting, and I'm lazy at scripting now. Just makes the editing harder for me. So I don't know what to do with this right now. Gathering footage here and there can be just tedious too if I'm missing footage. Do I need a break from this or something? I don't know. Like, as soon as I want to start editing, I feel like, nah, I'll play Clair Obscur. And honestly, I wanna go and play Clair Obscur. I wanna just go find all of the secrets that the game has left. No spoilers still, by the way, just leave the spoilers out. But I love that game so much. I just wanna spend my time playing that. Maybe that's the right thing to do. Just play the hell out of that game as much as I want until I wanna start editing something. The thing with editing to me is if I don't have that what is it called? I had a word in my mind, but I don't know. I get a vision, a different word for it, but a vision. I'm missing that right now. I'm missing energy, a vision, or something. I don't know the word, but you know what I mean. I'm missing that right now. It's not a motivation, it's something else. I'm missing what is inspiration. Yes, inspiration. I'm missing inspiration. Like, I would go to my editing program and I'm like thinking, How do I continue this? How do I continue this part now without scripting, or do I just go and wing it? I don't know. How about a video on Clair Obscur, or is it editing in general? I don't want to do a video on a Clair Obscur because people are not gonna bother watching it on my channel. My channel is not made for RPGs. It's made for Metroid, Mario, Zelda, Nintendo stuff, and speedrunning. I don't want to do a Clair Obscur video. It's editing in general, Ricardo, that I'm struggling with. It's just that as soon as I want to start editing, I just feel I don't have the energy now. I'm missing the inspiration to do something. Then I start thinking, I'll play Clair Obscur. I'll just play that. I'm enjoying the game a lot. I have 60 hours in it. 60 hours playing offline without stream. I don't think I've played another these type of games in a while that I've just enjoyed so much playing alone without chatting with my stream. I would have loved to play this on stream, but I would have not been able to like enjoy it all by myself without any pressure to stream the game. It's a special type of game. I've said this before, I think it's my favorite game of all time. That's how good it is. But yeah, I'll have to start figuring out these videos. Like I'll tell you some things I have here waiting. I have Metroid Prime Underwater video. I've started it, but I'm not happy with it. I just want it to be better, but I don't know how to make it better. And when I say better, I want like scripting in it, an explanation how I did these parts, and it's not just okay, let me just show you. Let me actually just show you what the video looks like right now. I'll tell you this much. You'll probably want to take a break at some point before Prime 4 comes out, because you'll probably love to see a lot of content from you on that moment. Love to see a lot of content from you on that. Yeah, for sure. I'll think of that. Okay, let me just open this. Okay, the video program is gonna be. I use DaVinci for editing, so this is gonna take a while too. It's loading it right now. I haven't really showed you how I edit this or what I do here, but I've made my intro. I've talked about some stuff, then I've talked about some things here. Actually, okay, since you are still here and probably interested of this, I'll show you this video from start to like somewhere here. I don't even remember where I left this. Let's see. Okay, I'll show you this part. It might change, or I'll never change it, but we'll see. I want you to be honest with this. What do you think about this? I'll try. How do I make this bigger? I've never had to make this bigger. I've never showed this to be bigger, by the way, so I have no idea how to. How do you make this full screen? Does anyone know? You can see enough. Yeah, I think what matters is that you can hear the game. You can hear everything. You can't hear anything. Shit. Go here. Not that. Get out of here. No. What about now? Today, I'm doing a very hard challenge in Metroid Prime. I found a mod that turns the game into an underwater experience. Samus's movement is very limited while being underwater. She can barely jump to ledges, which will be possible to reach with a normal gravity. As a speedrunner, I do know a lot of tricks that help Samus to move underwater, but is my knowledge going to be enough to help me to beat the game? Let's dive in and see what I can do. Enjoy the video. The space is underwater. Who would have thought? Also, you can't see anything in space. Oh, now you can see something. Tap B to jump. I'm trying! It should let me get up there. Oh my god. The struggle is real. I'm already stuck. What? Almost. Literally 0.100 of unit too low. Yes! Okay, E dash. Oh! Yes, let's go! The first obstacle completed! Oh, they're floating. Insert DuckTales theme song. You mean the moon? I can't do the speedrun strats here. No! Die. There we go. Okay, we have 6 minutes to escape. Why is the timer going up? I should zoom out to that, zoom into that. So people can see what I'm talking
let's
about. Go! Oh! Think we got it. Figured out, hey. Ooh! Progress! Progress! Let's go! I'm excited for... Something I don't like about that now when I'm looking at it back is that I have this repetitive reaction. Oh, let's go! Then I do it again. Just 3 seconds later. Just cut it out. It doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Or Talon
It's
annoying. I find it
annoying.
the missiles, then we'll immediately go get the morph ball. Grapple beam should work underwater. Surprised if it doesn't. Like, these things comes to my mind after I've watched these back, but not while I'm editing, because my editing mind goes to, I need to think of forward, how do I show this? And the one thing I don't like in this video so far is that it's all the time so dark and just underwater physics and the coloring. If it didn't have the coloring underwater, like the blue in the background, I'll show you here. Like, if it just wasn't like this all the time for like 30 minutes, this would be more manageable to watch and actually edit. But now it's just annoying to edit. Whoa! Oh my god, I'm moving fast. What? Oh my god, I'm moving normally. What is this? Oh no. Why am I moving so fast all of a sudden? What? Yeah, and air underwater. I might have got it by accident. Great gameplay, isn't it? Just walk everywhere. Alright, let's get this item. That was like perfect. There you go. We got the missiles. Huh. None of these are slopes, except that, but it's not good enough. This is now a speedrunner's puzzle game. Quite literally, even if I get up there, we still have to get up there too. How do you gain height in such a small space? There's like nothing that would work. Okay, I'm guessing that I have to use the enemy scan dash. But you go to a different room, it can't work. Door frame, it doesn't give enough distance. Oh, maybe it actually does make it. I was thinking it can't. It's rough to do anything without space jump boots. I could have gone back to landing site and tried to get space jump boots early. But I already tried it in another attempt. Long story short, I had a wrong version of this mod, which didn't place items at all. So I started over with the right version, and I also gave up attempting early space jump too. That's why I decided to keep trying to get to Morph Ball. I spent over 2 hours attempting this same jump. That's just the one part I dislike so much about this video now. That was just I don't know how to describe it, but I don't like that because it just feels so out of place to me. When I'm editing this, maybe it sounds good that I do that, that I give some information why I started over, or what happened, or why I'm not attempting the early space jump. But as a viewer, you're the one who watches this video. I also watched the video, and I edited it myself, and I don't agree with any of these editing parts I've done. Yeah! Yes! That was still loud as fuck, man, I must say. Hell, yes! The hardest jump done! Okay, let's get up there. There is a slope here. I got save states ready, so if I fall down, that's okay. Something I want to here add is just a scripting explaining that okay, I use save states because I wouldn't be crazy enough to go without using save states. Something like that. Just add information here and there often enough that it flows with the video, and it's about the topic of the current room or upcoming room or so. That was the easy part. No, I have ideas already in my mind for some of these parts that I struggled with. But this has to be the easy part. Because getting a Kero out of the door frame is so much harder than it should be. Oh, let's go! Oh, there's still more. Go! It's done. Alright, let's get up there next. If I can just get up there first. Hello? Oh! Yeah! More fall after 2 hours! Alright, time to move on! Do you think Samus will lose everything in the beginning of Prime 4, or do you think the starting gear will be kept in like in Prime 3? I don't know, is that even on topic or important to even tell for these kind of videos? See, these are the things that bothers me. Do I want to keep those, or do I want to just cut them out completely and stay on the topic of the video? Beat the game underwater. I think you don't lose your abilities and stuff you get at the beginning of the game. You get an E-tank as well at the start. Maybe this. Oh, maybe. Oh, let's go. We don't even need the platforms. You don't mind personally? Yeah, obviously you wouldn't mind it. And this is how far I've gotten. What's the last clip? Let's see. Let's see, how do we climb up this room? I think this is... Yeah, this is... So that's the end of that. Probably stay on topic. Yeah. See, this is the one that here is just out of place. It just feels so out of place. And we're at 4 minutes in right now when watching this video. Obviously, if you start watching the video and you stay watching around a minute in, you'll probably go watch all the way through. Also, this is just pointless. Don't even think about this because it's... Yep. Yeah, so that's the video. What do you think so far? I don't like it. I wanna change it. I wanna add more of these post commentary to help to like support the video. So it's not like just boring ass bluish colored background all the freaking time. Like, look, doesn't that look here? Doesn't this look just terrible to look at? There's no colors in this anymore. This is literally what the video is gonna be about. It's this. And I don't know how to like change it. I don't know how to like do it, make it like today, this. I'm doing a very hard. I don't know how to make it like colorful. When it's all this from start to finish. That's the video. That's what annoys me about this one. So yeah. If you liked it, I'm glad you liked it. I just don't like it. I guess I'm gonna become one of those artists who just wants to press Control F set all the time because they're not happy with their project. Well, now when we're in this one, I guess I could show more? I could show more. But I don't want to spoil on these. Nah, I don't want to spoil these. Yeah, no more watching videos. I think I'll be actually done. So that's what I wanted to talk about. I'm struggling with editing, and it's because of this underwater video. It's in my back of my mind all the time, and I don't know how to continue it. I know I need scripting for it to make it more fun to watch. Because that background being bluish all the freaking time, it's not gonna be. If I don't like it, I don't think you'll like it either. And this is finally one of those videos I don't like right now. But the other ones I have in work, they're alright, but they're not better than I want. I guess I'll stop for now and I'll go play Club Score because I can't make myself edit anything right now. I might play some Pokemon and open some cards. So I hope you enjoyed the stream, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow for sure with Super Mario Sunshine 2001 beta. I should be able to play it later evening tomorrow. Also, I'll play Mario Kart World. It's midsummer here in Finland, so I have a free day tomorrow. I don't have to go to work. Let's go, Bok. So yeah, I'll be done. Join my Discord server if you be like you wanna hang out with my community. Talk with me later in a chat. And obviously on Twitch, you can check my YouTube channel. I'll upload videos there every Wednesday and Sunday. The last one, I forgot to put it in a video. Yeah, there's a new video called Metroid Prime Hunters. There's more credit. It's time. I played Metroid Prime Hunters a while ago, last year. Here's the video for it. It was an interesting one to edit. But yeah, no more editing. I'll be done, everyone. Bye-bye. I'll see you tomorrow.